Yes, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to Football Heritage TV. Whoever you are, wherever you are, happy Thursday. It is Thursday, isn't it? Yes, because it's Europa League and Conference League football tonight. That's how I work out my days these days. I hope that everybody is well. I know that I see a lot of people celebrating Wolves getting a point against Arsenal. It's got to that stage, hasn't it, where our season has been so bad that we are looking at snookers to celebrate. If you get the reference, you get the reference. Arsenal 2-2 away at Wolverhampton Wanderers obviously opens the door for Man City, who have a game in hand. They're 5 points behind. And obviously Arsenal's next game is against Igor Tudor's Tottenham Hotspur. And listen, as with anything, I mean, as I've not streamed for 3 or 4 days now. Thank you for all the nice messages, by the way, in my comment section. Very, very nice of you. I had a really bad few days, really bad few days. My whole life has just turned upside down in the space of like 4 days. 3 things happened at once. It's just like, oh my gosh, like, what are you going to do? But what it does mean at the moment is it's actually changed the trajectory of the channel, and looks like the channel won't be ending on the 31st of March. Long story, can't bother to go into it. But hey, here we are. We're back. We're professional, and we're talking about all things Tottenham Hotspur and football. I suppose football. I suppose. Listen. I would say it's been a slow news week, but when Tottenham are involved, it never really actually feels like a slow news week. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. Let me just read this message. 1 second. Oh, this is good news. Sounds perfect. 1 second. Better number of me is. And let me make sure I don't read my phone number out live on stage. Yeah, sorry about that. That was really important. So at the moment, just to confirm, at the moment, so the plan was to, I was starting a new venture at the beginning of April, and now that looks like it's not happening at all. I had a feeling it might be pushed back. It looks like it's not happening. So as it stands, the channel will just remain, but just, I don't know. It's just fluid. It's nimble. It is what it is. It's not a big deal. Anyway, thank you very much for all the messages. It's been a really tough week. And to be honest, it's been weird. I've not been speaking about football. Anyone who's messaged me about football, I've just ignored. So if you are one of those people, don't take it personally. Just had other stuff going on, much more important than football. I haven't watched anything. I've watched no content at all. I don't know what anyone's saying. I haven't seen any community posts. I haven't seen any videos. I haven't seen any live shows. The closest I got to football was I watched the last 10 minutes of the Wolves at Arsenal game last night. That's as close as I've got to any form of football. I turned it over thinking, oh, Arsenal will find a goal, won't they? They'll get a third, put this game to bed. And then Raya and I want to say Gabriel, I think it was Gabriel, just a monumental mix-up, sort of thing you'd expect from Vicario and Romero. And yeah, Wolves, 17-year-old, 18-year-old on his debut, whoever it was, a dozy. 2-2. Good news for the rest of the league. I feel like, listen, I feel like, I mean, I'm not one of these people. I don't go so deep into it. I know lots of people want to laugh at them and make posts about them, but at the moment, my team is such a mess that I can't really look at Arsenal and laugh. Obviously, hope that Man City beat them to the Premier League title, but it is what it is, so to speak. And the interesting thing for me is that their very next game is Tottenham, right? And one thing I did see last night, a quote, the quote from Arteta was, "There's no better game to show your fighting spirit than Tottenham away." And I was like, oh shit, he's right, isn't he? He is. As much as we don't like him, he's right. I mean, you know, Tottenham away for other clubs now isn't the tough gig it used to be. Tottenham away right now has become a really nice destination for away fans and away teams. Now, we've got to hope that that changes with Igor Tudor at the helm. We'll talk a bit about him later. And apologies, this is a couple of days late, right, because situations. But obviously, he's had his first press conference and he's at his first interview, and he's talked about the way he wants to play, which I think isn't really important at the moment. But hey, fans love to hear it. He said a lot, didn't he? I don't know if anyone agrees with me. I felt like he said loads in his first interview. And it was really difficult where to pick from, because human nature, right? Human nature is we see an interview with somebody and we pick out, don't we? We cherry pick the bits that we want to hear. So, for example, with Postecoglou, everyone cherry picks, well, he said he wins in his second season, because that's the soundbite, right? They conveniently forget all of the other stuff he said. Don't they? They convert all the other stuff where I like my squad. My squad is strong. We should be challenging. All of these different things we forget. Same with Antonio Conte, right? Antonio Conte, everyone remembers him now for the explosive rant. Oh, he's right. I'm not saying he wasn't. But again, we conveniently forget. I liked my summer. I've had a strong summer. I like my squad. I've got 2 players in every position. We conveniently forget these things and we go to the soundbite that resonates with us as fans the most. So human nature is that we go with a soundbite that actually backs up our opinion. So, for example, all those that love Postecoglou will take what he said on the overlap. They'll pick out the bits that back up their argument. All the ones that don't like it will pick up the bits that back up their argument. And this is what I found interesting about the Tudor interview. I thought he came across, obviously, I thought, yeah, you're right, Rich. He came across really well, but I do feel he said a lot of stuff. He said like a lot of stuff, which all sounded great. It all sounded great. But let's be fair. I think we're all old and ugly enough. Sorry if any of you are beautiful people. I think most of us are old and ugly enough to realize that, this is what managers have to say when they join. This is what managers have to say. This will be the remit. Hey, our fans need to hear positives. Our fans need to hear that we're going to play attacking football. Our fans need to hear that we're going to fight. We're going to run. And of course we do. No one's doubting that we do. But we've got to see it on the pitch, right? We've got to see it. And the interesting thing for me is this isn't just about seeing it on the pitch against Arsenal. It should be that a North London derby at White Hart Lane, we should be up for that anyway, whether it's Igor Tudor, Conte, Ange, Pochs, Jose, AVB, please, we can go back as far as you like. Shouldn't really matter. The big thing for me is going to be after 4 or 5 games, we're really going to see what effect has he had as an individual on this collective. And that's my concern, not him. He's not my concern. As I've said all along, I've got no real way with Tudor. He's here for 12 games. Good luck. Get the job done. My thinking. Geez, what was that? My mum would have told me off for that. Thinking. I lean towards the collective. I'm leaning towards these players that haven't shown that fight, haven't shown that battle. And again, those that don't like Thomas Frank can say, yeah, but it was Frank. Those that don't like Ange can say, but it was Ange. I'm looking at the point of view now of going past those managers and going, right, is it just the players? Do they have the fight in them? And I'm not talking about one game. We all hope that we beat Arsenal. We all hope, sorry, my mic just dropped there for some reason. I don't know what happened there. 1 second. Why is that doing that? There we go. We all hope that we beat Arsenal, but you know what football fans are like, right? Football fans are very much, if Spurs beat Arsenal, it will be, there you go. See, thank you very much. Cup of tea just arriving. Thank you very much. I told you it wasn't the players. It's Frank. If the players are shit, it will be, I told you it wasn't Frank, it's the players. When in reality, I think we kind of know it's a mixture of everything. So Tudor's got his work cut out, right? Tudor has got his work cut out. But I also don't think, and I've maintained this from the beginning, I don't think that Spurs are going down. So when people are talking about, oh, can he guide us to safety? I think we were going to get to safety anyway with the games that we had. I think there was enough in there to win the games. The question mark is going to be how do the players react? This is the big thing for me. How do the players react? Is there going to be an instant spark? Is there going to be an instant battling quality from those players when they enter the pitch? Now, I said, I believe, I don't know who I was on live with actually, but I said the other day, what I think will happen is I reckon we'll come out. I think we will start really, really quickly. I think we will come out 100 miles per hour, out the traps, fighting for every ball, winning corners, throw-ins, putting Arsenal under pressure. And I think we'll all go, oh my God, where's this been? This is amazing. This is what these players can do week in, week out for 90 minutes. Then I think what will happen is I think once that goes, I think it will settle and we'll start to see what we really are. So we are in a position now where, listen, Arsenal are, look, they're top of the league. I can't sit here and say, oh my God, they're terrible. They're top of the league. They've stuttered lately, haven't they? If we're going to be polite, they've stuttered slightly, not picking up wins as frequently as they were as the season goes on. The players' mentality, a lot of them are not winners that haven't got over the line before, especially in an Arsenal shirt. So is this a good time to play them? Now, I'll let you guys answer that in the chat. Is this a good time to play Arsenal? 5 points ahead of Man City with a game in hand to Man City. So if I'm not wrong, I believe that Man City play Newcastle on Saturday night, 8 p.m. If I'm not wrong. I've been wrong plenty of times before. I'll tell you what would be easier to do, wouldn't it? Would be, let's double check. I'll tell you what, let's go to an app. Let's go to Flash Score. Premier League, Saturday. Here we go. So, yeah, Man City Newcastle is 8 p.m. on Saturday night. So, the very last thing that's going to happen on Saturday is Man City to play Newcastle. Now, if Man City win that game, they go on to 55 points, 2 points behind Arsenal, level on games. However, a win for Arsenal at White Hart Lane would really give them that confidence and impetus moving forward. We've got to stop that. Not for them, not for the title race, for us. We've got to stop it for us. But stopping them in a title race is a bonus. And that's the way I look at it. I see a lot of people looking at it the other way. For me, worry about yourself first. Sounds selfish, but worry about ourselves first. Then worry about what it does to the title race. A draw, a win really does put the cat amongst the pigeons, because if I'm not wrong, Man City play Arsenal in April. So Man City host Arsenal in April. Now, there's many games before that. But looking at Man City's run, Newcastle at home, Leeds away, Forest at home, West Ham away, Chelsea away, Arsenal at home. But I feel like there's enough there. There's enough there for them to get through. Now, when you look at Arsenal's fixtures, Tottenham away, followed by Chelsea at home, won't be easy. Brighton away, Everton at home, I would expect them to win. Bournemouth at home, I'd expect them to win. Man City away, but then they've got Newcastle at home, Fulham at home, West Ham away, Burnley at home. So I feel like they've got a decent running. But hey, that's the title race. We're not involved in that. We don't get involved in title races, do we? We're actually involved at the other end. Good cup of tea. Lovely, lovely cup of tea. Yeah, so we're involved at the other end. But let me ask you, in the chat right now, is this a good time to play Arsenal or not? Is this the wounded animal? Or, I mean, I'm saying wounded animal, by the way, right? I'm saying wounded animal. Arsenal, they lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. They've lost one of their last 20 games. When you deep it like that, but what they have done is picked up 2 draws in their last 2 Premier League games. And when you get to this stage in a title race, right, everyone will tell you that draws are like defeats because you drop points, you drop big points, don't you? So let me know in the chat, is this a good time to play Arsenal? Is it not? Will Arsenal be thinking this is a good time to play Spurs? New manager, can't win at home. I don't know. I don't know. What we'll say is, yeah, exactly. Listen, it all depends on the way you look at it, right? It all depends on the way you look at it. As I said, if you look at the league right now, I'm just looking at the Premier League. So what they lost to, Arsenal, beat Leeds. So that's 1 win in 2. Beat Sunderland, 2 wins in 3. And then drew. So yeah, 2 wins in 5 in the Premier League. Hey, it's all about what can we do. We saw yesterday. Now, here's where here's where it's going to differ slightly. And I know the conversations today. I know I can foresee them before they've happened. No, I wasn't born with any kind of psychic gifts. I just know our fan base too well. We'll all go, well, if Wolves can do that to Arsenal, the difference is going to be, right? The difference is going to be their players will be up for the North London derby. I only watched 10 minutes of it last night, and their players just looked awful. If I'm brutally honest, they looked. I don't know. I didn't see the rest of the game, so I don't know. I can't really comment on the first 80 minutes, but they were just giving the ball away. No real pattern of play, no passing. They looked like a team in trouble. So I don't expect to see the same Arsenal that comes to Tottenham. So when we say things like, oh, well, if Wolves can do it, I get it. I absolutely get it, but it will be a very different game. I fail to believe that Arsenal are going to come to White Hart Lane in the middle of a title race against their biggest rivals and not put in the fight and the battle. Now, I hope they don't. Very different game. And I think sometimes when I see football fans talk, we don't add nuance into anything, do we? We don't add context and we don't add nuance into our thinking. It's that kind of, when you were younger, like my dad's bigger than your dad type scenario. We don't add nuance into anything. We have that, especially I remember being at school and you'd go, well, hang on. Leeds beat Blackburn. Blackburn are better than Wolves. So then Spurs will beat Wolves because they beat Blackburn. You know what I mean? And you start doing this mental, this kind of, mathematics in your head that doesn't really mean anything to try and get the outcome that you want. So it's going to be a very, very, very different game. And the worry for me, as always, what I'm about to say, guys, right? You know what I'm going to say. My worry with Tottenham right now, forget what Arsenal are doing. My worry is, where are the goals coming from? This is my worry. It's always been my worry. And those that watch me every week or every year or every month, whatever you want to say, you've heard me say this since the beginning of the season. My worry is, where are those goals coming from? Where are the goals coming from? And I think you all know I've not just suddenly said that lately. I said that all season. When people are going, oh, set piece FC, yeah, I don't see goals in this team. And that's going to be the interesting thing. Can we rally and find some goals for the North London derby? No, good point, Ash. Good point, Ash. Big up to you, my man. And thank you for your messages in the last couple of days. Possibly with Dominic Solanke and Randall Kolo Muani. Those two. But again, Solanke isn't prolific. Randall Kolo Muani has not scored a goal in the Premier League ever. they've got to find it from somewhere. They've got to find it, haven't they? Because when you look amongst the players available, there's no goals. The goals in that team are VDV and Paulinho. Right? The goals are VDV and Paulinho. Now, obviously, Solanke's been injured for a long time this season, but it doesn't ever make me think, yeah, we're going to fly forward. We're going to rattle in goals. And look, people get frustrated. And I know I normally get the same people that just, people that just go, yeah, but Spurs, and that's great. But I like to look at the actual evidence. I like to look at the evidence, and the evidence shows me that the goals in this team have dried up over the years. The goals have dried up. And what I mean in terms of that is you can have 2 or 3 that get 10, 11, 12. You can have Son, Maddison, and Kulu. They're all doing it at Solanke. When you remove them and you put in the unknown, this was my worry in the summer was, okay, we've added players, but I don't think they're goal scorers. I don't think they're natural goal scorers. And unfortunately, that's proven to be the case. It's not one of those ones where it's like, oh my God, I was right. Look at me. I didn't want to be right. I really wanted us to actually buy what we needed and also go again in January and add some goals. Again, you look at somebody like Lookman. Look at Lookman at Atletico Madrid. He's on fire. We had, I'm not saying the fans choose the players, but how many of you in the chat were going, Lookman's shit. Lookman's not good enough for Spurs. Lookman's a bad egg. Lookman has a bad attitude. You look at him, they love him at Atletico. He's flying. So players like that were available with goals, with assists, with experience. We overlooked that, didn't we, as a management team, as a club, as a directors of football? We overlooked that. And that worries me greatly. But it is an North London derby. Anything can happen. Hasn't lately, though. We say that a lot. Every year I hear this. And and lately, I can't remember. When did we last beat them? Anybody? When did we last beat them? Oh, well, there you go. If Ange said it, and I've said it, it must be true. Yeah. Did he actually mention Aston Villa? Look, I've said all along. And do you know what was funny? The other day, it was so funny. The people in here that go, gutted, blah, 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 Thomas Frank. So many of them, I remember when, I don't know if you remember, I bought a guy on called Gary. Was it Gary? I think I bought a guy called Gary. Good guy, whatever. And he was telling me, you're wrong. Look at the youngsters we've bought. They're amazing. You watch the effect they have on this team immediately. And I was sitting there arguing for, sure, you can buy kids, but you need senior pros. And this was a bad window. I'm talking about the year last summer with Ange. And all of these people, you think how many of those YouTubers made videos why this player is perfect for Spurs? Now, a year down the line, 18 months down the line, every one of those people is going, ENIC need to buy player. And you're like, yeah, we said this at the time. But you all wanted to act like super fans. They all wanted to act like they know these young players better than anybody else. It's like those fans that are still so obsessed with Gray and Bergvall. 2 years down the line, haven't really seen anything from either of them, but we're still adamant, aren't we? We're still adamant. Brilliant signing. And then what will happen is if one of them does really well in a couple of years, it'll go, see? And Angie's right. I've not seen what he said this morning, but if he's saying that about Villa, it's what many people, including myself, have said for years now. Aston Villa buy properly. Aston Villa buy senior pros. Doesn't mean they never buy. Yeah. Again, sorry, mate. Listen, I now see that you're everything I say you're going against. I see what you're like. When you're saying not the game changers we need, Lookman is absolutely the game changer we need. This is ridiculous. Stop this now. Stop this. This is what I mean, you see. We've got a fan base full of people that didn't want Lookman, but yet goes to Atletico Madrid, goals, assists. Like, honestly, we've got to get this out of our mind that we are bigger than these football clubs. You've got to get it out of your minds that these players aren't good enough for Tottenham Hotspur. You've got to get it out of your minds that we're going to compete with Man City, Liverpool, and Arsenal for players. We've got to get to that reality. I completely agree, Mark. I mean, this would have been the absolute no-brainer of a signing. This would have been an absolute no-brainer of a signing. But hey, Spurs didn't want to go for him. A lot of the fan base didn't. I do worry. I do worry. Well, you know, there's people again, based on what I love this. When people come out with this, we have no idea of knowing this. I fail to believe that Thomas Frank would have had Paratici come up to him and go, "Hey, we've got Lookman here." I fail to believe that Thomas Frank would have gone, "No, I prefer Taylor Odeber on the left wing." I fail. Sorry, I fail to believe any manager would have. So when people are saying this, can somebody? I'll tell you what. Somebody show me evidence, and I'll say I'm wrong. Show me evidence. You're sure, but that's not the same as confirming it. We can't just confirm so and so didn't want this player. Cool. That's like me saying, yeah, Angepostecoglou didn't want Morgan Rogers. Got no way of knowing, right? We've got no way of knowing at all. Again, look, unfortunately, again, Yildiz is not going to sign for Tottenham Hotspur. I don't understand what's happening here, but sure. We didn't want Lookman. Okay, cool. We don't want Lookman. So again, you've got to. I'm very much. I want to see these things before I claim to know, right? And before, this is what I love. I love people like Destiny that say Frank didn't want it based on what? Who told you that? Lubo and some guy Lubo knows. I'm sorry, I don't know. Who told you that? I don't know. Somebody on a YouTube channel said Frank didn't want it. I fail to believe that these managers are that stupid that they turn down these types of footballers. Not just Lookman, right? We are... Look, I guess this all goes back to my point about goals, where we're getting goals from. And this is the first thing I think that... this is the first thing that Tudor's got to find a way. Tudor's got to find a way to get them scoring. Now, I don't know where those goals come from. Set pieces was a route everyone got really annoyed with. But for me, that represented a really good opportunity because I don't see creativity other than Xavi Simons. I don't see any creativity right now in the... Who is creative? Who is creative in our team? This is my worry. I don't see assists and I don't see goals. Doesn't mean we're never going to score goals, by the way, but regularly. You know, like when you had the Kane, Son, Eriksen, Ali, you're never worried about where goals are coming from. Two of them could have an off day. The other two are going to score. Kane, loads of assists. Son, Eriksen, Ali. Between them, the goals and the assists were huge. It was just a pot of goals and assists. I look now, where's the creativity? Tell doesn't create. Does he? Mwani doesn't. Dominic Solanke doesn't. Gallagher's not that type of player, really. Paulinho's not that guy. Papasar isn't. Basuma isn't. So when I look at it, I don't see it. Now, I keep being told by everybody that new managers will get more out of players. And I sincerely hope so. But the players haven't suddenly changed. I'm not expecting to... I think we'll see an intense pressing game, not to be confused with free-flowing attacking football, right? I think we'll see an intense game. And sure, but Kudus is injured, right? So as I said, other than Xavi, I can't see any creativity in that entire squad right now. Now, when Maddison's fit, bundles of creativity. Kulu's got creativity. Kudus has got creativity. And this has been my point all season, right? Is if you had a team that had Kudus, Xavi, Maddison, and Kulu all in it, or 3 of the 4 in it, Spurs aren't where they are right now, right? Spurs aren't where they are because you've got goals, you've got creativity. But we don't have that right now. And this is something they've got to address in the summer. I said that last summer. They didn't. I said in January, not me, just me, sorry. Loads of people said it. And they didn't. And we're now saying it again going into this summer. Spurs need to address that. We've got to address that. We don't know what's going to happen with Kulu and Maddison. We don't know, will both of them come back? Will both of them come back fit? Will both of them come back as good as before? I don't know. But Spurs haven't bought really exciting attackers at the top end of the pitch for a long time. And this is a big issue for me. And the worrying thing is this, and it all boils back to the board and the direction of the club and the strategy. The worrying thing for me is we knew Kane wasn't going to be here forever. We had years to plan a Harry Kane departure and didn't. I'm going to say the exact same sentence, by the way, but just replacing Kane with Son. We had years to plan for it. We knew there was going to be a Son departure. Didn't replace it. And when you replace those two, when you look at those two, and I think, what did I work out? The last season where we got top 4, those two had something like 73 GA between them in a season. 73. Now you look at it and you go, Tell, Odegaard, Richarlison. We had Brennan Johnson for a bit, Solanke, right? When you look at these players, no part of it screams goals, 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 assists, assists, assists. And what we do is we have people that, I'm a Tell fan, so they die on that hill. That's great, but right now he doesn't give you what you need. Odegaard, people are going to die on that hill. But again, doesn't give you the goals and assists over a season that you need. And this is why when people get so sentimental about players, I don't care about the individual player. I care about the team. I care about Spurs as a team. For me, players, Odegaard or Tell, for example, players like that, they come and go. I've seen millions of Odegaards and Tells join Spurs, leave Spurs. I don't care. My question is, where are the goals and assists coming from? Right? Always been my problem as a Spurs fan. Where are the goals and assists coming from? And right now, I can tell you, no one in the chat is offering anything because they know. They know I'm not lying here. They know. Now, it doesn't mean we can't have a game where we win 3-1. But as a group, game after game, Spurs do not have constant flow of goals and assists. We just don't. We have players that might have a purple patch. Oh, he got 3 assists in 4 games. Brilliant. What's he done over the season? Yeah, but... And that's the thing for me. So, when we want to debate each other and fight each other, right? All the time, about managers, about players. It's okay to be honest. It's okay to be honest and say, well, we've not bought properly. We've not got what we need. Maybe when everyone's fit, you go, yeah, Maddison, yeah, goals. Kulu, goals. Kudus assist. Like when everyone's fit. When they're not, it's okay to look around and acknowledge this is a problem. I remember against Sunderland, flying forward time after time after time. The forwards just they didn't know what to do when they got in that final third. They didn't have that killer instinct. They didn't have that killer instinct. See, this is what you get. Odegaard is still young, but he's not young, is he? He's 21 years of age. He's a Premier League footballer. And again, this is the thing. Guys and girls, this is a wonderful example of people who don't listen. As I've said, when people get so fixated on one player, my concern isn't Odegaard. He should never have been a first-team Spurs player. He should have been learning from a first-team winger at Tottenham. But we didn't buy that, right? But again, when we're saying give him a chance, we're talking about the now. Imagine we applied this to every player. He's still young, give him a chance. He's still young, give him a chance. He's still young, give him a chance. Imagine we applied that to everyone and got relegated. Like, just imagine, I'm just playing hypotheticals here. Imagine we applied that to every player. They're all young, give them a chance. Okay, so when you get relegated, will fans like that say, oh yeah, but they're young, they'll come back up? I feel like a lot of football fans have gone away now from actually caring more about the club than their actual opinion. So that person wants to die on a hill for Odegaard. And if you actually listen to what I said, I don't think Odegaard's a terrible player. But right now, should he be? I feel for him. He's got the massive injury. We know he has. But right now, a club like Tottenham, with the stadium we've got, with the finances we've got, that should not be a first-team start of a Tottenham Hotspur. Again, he's not listening. Again, unfortunately, guys, this is what you've got. As I said, people like this will just block, because this is not, I was not slating the players. If you actually listen to the context of what I've said, right? This is not what I said. Listen to what's being said. It's really simple. These things on the side of your head allow you to listen to what I'm saying, right? I am saying that we haven't bought a squad with goals and assists. We haven't. We've had the opportunity and we didn't do it. Instead, we filled it with average players. Some will progress. Some won't. We don't know. Maybe Odegaard or Tell, for example, maybe one of them goes on to be a real top player. I don't know. You don't know. Maybe the other one doesn't. I don't know. You don't know. I try and throw out hypotheticals, and unfortunately, people like this don't listen, and people like the boss man, they're not listening. The facts and the data don't lie. They don't lie. No, you're clearly not understanding what you're saying, because I'm not digging. Listen to what I'm saying. You've got to listen to what I'm saying. No, you're not listening. In years gone by, Tottenham Hotspur wouldn't have that caliber of player playing in the first 11. But what's happened is we've bought so poorly that we're sitting out here. Rather than demanding better, fans like this don't want to demand better. They're happy. They want average players signed. People like the big boss man, people like that Yid guy, they don't want better. They'll moan that we're 16th, 17th in a relegation battle, but then praise the players. Well, which one is it? If you want to praise the players that put you in that position time after time, you can't then say you want better footballers. This isn't about Wilson Odegaard per se, but Wilson Odegaard doesn't go to Chelsea or City or Arsenal. He doesn't go to a Newcastle, right? He doesn't go to a Villa. These players don't get signed. They don't get signed by those clubs that have ambition. They don't get signed by those clubs that have a desire to grow. Even as we said today, Angepostecoglou has said it, right? Everyone loves Ange. Ange just said it. Spurs buy kids. Aston Villa are buying senior pros. You said for years, if you keep buying kids, this is where you're going to be. Right? This is where we're going to be. So as a fan, no, mate, you're all over the place. You're now all over the place. You're all over the place with your opinions right now. You want to back players who aren't good enough, but then tell me, trust me, if I was in charge of the club. So basically, because I'm not saying every young player is amazing, I'm a bad fan. No. Think about it. In the space of 3 windows, Tottenham Hotspur bought Odegaard, Tell, and Yang. Think about it. We bought Odegaard, Tell, and Yang over the space of 2 windows? 3 windows. We bought 3 young wingers. You already had Mikey Moore, who is a young winger, right? Why on earth did we need all 3? Why on earth? surely most clubs would go, right, you've got Mikey Moore as a young winger this side. We'll buy Odegaard as a young winger that side. Now go and get the main men. Not Spurs. We went and bought, do you know what? Yeah, we bought Odegaard. Why don't we get Tell as well? Cool, let's go and get Tell as well. And then what happens is we struggle to score goals, but those players that are put on the pedestal, people then want to back. And you're like, which one is it? They don't score, they don't assist because they're not ready. It's okay to say that. It's okay. Not everything is you're a bad fan if you tell the truth, right? Not everything is, I would love Odegaard to turn into the greatest winger in the world. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? But my bigger issue is Tottenham Hotspur and their talent ID and also their ID for now. But for right now, you can't keep buying for the future. You can't keep buying for the future. At some point, you have to. I think Sean said the other day, I'm not sure the exact sentence Sean said, so if he's watching, apologies. Toxic about what? Like, so again, this is what I mean, guys and girls. Look, fake picture, silly name, and just not listening. I haven't been toxic at all. I'm asking Spurs to go out in the transfer windows and buy what we need. I don't know why that's toxic. I'm guessing this is a new fan who supported the club for 3 years. I don't know. This is what I've said for years, guys. This is what I find really hard about the internet. It allows people like this that aren't very intelligent to be rude, right? I mean, please tell me, guys, what have I said? Oh my God. Sure. I tell you what, I take it all back, guys. These people are right. These people are right. Sure. Keep buying these players then. Yid. I tell you what, again, as I said, look, no name, no picture. What are we seeing a trend here? No name, no picture. Let me explain to Yid what most clubs do. They'll buy a young player and integrate them slowly. Yeah. Spurs buy loads of young players, chuck them all in, and we're going, right, come on. They'll all get better. Look when Dele Alli arrived. He didn't walk into a team full of children. Dele Alli walked in, didn't he, to other senior pros in and around the squad. I want, and I've always wanted what's best for Tottenham Hotspur. I've always wanted what's best for Tottenham. Always. And if me asking for the club to replace Kane, to replace Son, to replace Kulu and Maddison's goals, if that's me being toxic, what a shit fan. What a shit fan I am. And it's ironic, isn't it, that a man on the internet with a woman's picture pretending to be a woman calls me toxic. See, people aren't listening. For me, what we should have done, get one of them in. Get a top left winger to replace Son. Say, right, Odegaard or Tell, whichever one you bought in, one of them. Right, watch this guy. Watch this guy in games. Watch this guy in training. Pick up his traits. Learn what he does. Come on, last 10, 15 to replace him when he's tired. Play the odd cup game against lesser teams. Build, grow, nurture them into the team. This is how you get ready for it. Because if we all took this troll's advice, the whole team would be full of kids to get them ready for the future. Who else is doing that? When you look at Man City, what are Man City doing? Not that. Not that. What are Arsenal doing? Not that. What are Liverpool doing? Not that. And this is the problem. This is the sort of fan, by the way, who will tell you we want to be competing with the Arsenal, Cities and Liverpools, but they still want Spurs to continue to go down the path that's made us where we are now. Now, I don't know if it was Einstein that said it, but, you know, whoever said, you know, the definition of insanity and all that nonsense, We're not getting it. You have to develop into a good team. You have to develop into a settled team. A young striker, for example, should have been learning for the last 4 or 5 years from Harry Kane. We never went down that route, did we? You know, when Harry Kane was in his peak of his powers, at what point did Spurs go, right, let's go and buy a really good 20, 21-year-old striker? Right, we know Kane's leaving in 2, 3 years. There's a chance he might leave. Go and get a really good 20, 21-year-old striker. Learn from Harry. This is the guy that you learn from. What we did is we went and bought a series of subpar strikers, didn't we? Janssen, Llorente, Richarlison, Vinicius. None of them were ever going to pick up the mantle from Harry Kane. Now, when Harry's gone, what have we done? Richarlison went in, didn't he? Then a year later, it's Solanke. You clearly don't know me. Then you clearly don't know me if you're going to say this. You clearly don't. See, Chelsea, what have they done? Chelsea bought the young winger, right? Esteval. Doesn't start every game. Goes in, comes out. Goes in, comes out. Look at Esteval, though, compared to the young ones we've bought. Huge difference. And if anyone thinks that I would look at Odegaard and tell if they'd signed for another club and think we should be buying them, you don't know me. I'm very transparent. I'm very transparent. Okay? Well, Kevin, look, the difficulty here is, yeah, there has been money spent on them, right? When you look at how much we spent on Gray, Tell, Odegaard, Valise, right? Money's been spent on these young players. And all I'm asking is, couldn't we have bought one of those young players at 30 million and then use the other 70 million to go and buy a proper top player? But these fans like that, Eureka Yid, they don't want that. They don't want that. They just want to keep buying these young players so that in a few years we can all go, there you go. Now, I can't say this again. I would love Odegaard to turn out to be a top winger. Got no problem with that. But right now, you've got to have better. Absolutely is, isn't it? 75 million for Gray and Tell. That's what these fans are asking for. Not all of them, but that's what some of these fans in the chat are asking for. This is what they're asking for, right? Now, you're not going to get every signing correct. Of course, not every club gets every signing correct. There's been players that people wanted that have done brilliantly. Some have done terrible. But you know what? I applaud those clubs that at least try. I applaud those clubs that at least try. Because you know what? Some of those clubs are so good at buying in players. It doesn't work. See you later, moving on. We'll just keep them forever and ever and ever and ever. Forever and ever and ever and ever. We keep them, don't we? Look how long we kept Lamela, Lo Celso, Ndombele, Ryan Sessegnon. Look how long we kept Emerson Royale, Serge Aurier, Eric Dyer, Davinson Sanchez, these players, Ben Davis. Look at these players. They are here forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. I'd love to think that every single young player we buy, by the way, turns into a world beater. It just doesn't work that way. It never has. It's the same when everyone tells you, give the youth a chance from the academy. Sure. But something like 0.25% of young players in the country actually make it. Like 0.25 or something was the stat. It's crazy. And this is why we can all be sentimental. We can all just be with Spurs. He's a young player for Spurs. He's going to be amazing. He's going to turn into Harry Kane. He's going to turn into Gareth Bale. It doesn't always pan out that way. You know what? When I say it doesn't always, it very rarely turns out that way. Harry Kane is 1 in a million, isn't he? Harry Kane is 1 in a million. No. Sorry, that was at the dog. No one on here. Sorry, that was at the dog. Ragnar, Ragnar, please just stop now. This is getting boring. This is really getting boring now. Harry Kane is a 1 in a million. He's a 1 in a million. A young player that comes through, goes on to greatness. Spurs have had, in the last, 35 years, we've had 3 of those. In 35 years. Right? Kane, King, and Campbell. 3 of them. Kane, King, Campbell. 3 players that went on to be world class. Right? That's in 35 years. So if we're going to play this game that every 11 to 12 years, a world-class player comes through, brilliant. That's cool. But you can't just turn around and think it's always going to happen. And this is where I know lots of people get offended. Lots of people get really offended. Like if you talk properly, what I love is, right, as I said, I'm very lucky. I've had the benefit of the doubt of working for 2 Premier League football clubs. When you have conversations, when you're there, the level of conversation compared to some idiot like Eureka in the chat going, yeah, but this is just different level. These people actually talk sensible about football, right? They talk sensibly. They don't go, oh my God, what? You don't think he's good? Oh, you're not a good fan. You're toxic. They don't say stupid stuff that people say on the internet, right? They don't do that. And that's the world where I was lucky enough to grow up in. That, you know, I think anyone right now realizes what Spurs need. Anyone realizes we need some top class talent, right? Or for as high as we can sign. We don't need more children. I'm sure most of you get that, right? Most of you get that, but there's always a couple that don't get it. There's always a few that just can't quite get it. And as I said the other day, I've heard over the last few years that Troy Parrott was going to be the guy, right? Marcus Edwards was going to be the guy. Judson Sotbell, Alfie Devine, Tyrese Hall, Jamie Donnelly, Josh Keeley, Alfie Dorrington, Carl Walker-Peters was going to be the guy. Yeah, we could keep going. We could keep going and keep going. Mate, one more, you're gone. That's not negative, that's facts. Kane, King, and Campbell, they're the big 3 that have made it. Mate, you're just gonna get blocked for being a troll. Just what last chance. I've got such little tolerance now of idiots. It's not about that. I can't deal with this guy. Sorry, someone else deal with it. I can't. It's not about not backing the kids. You've got to buy for the first team. Let the kids come through. This is a very simple concept. Surely this is a really simple concept. I know people like this don't get it. To give the youngsters the best possible chance, bring them into a well-functioning team. Bring them into a functioning team, and you go, wow. Let's take a look at Man City. Nico Riley, come through in the last 2-3 years. He has walked into a very well-prepared, well-oiled Manchester City club, right? So he slots in. There's no pressure on him. What we do is we go, right, Tell, you go that side. Odeberg, you go that side. Go. And you're like, what do you mean? We're a mess. Yeah, but just go and do it. I don't understand. And it just feels like there's so many people that just want to go against the grain because they can't quite decompartmentalize what's happening at the football club. They can't quite realize that you could be the greatest young player in the world. If you are bought into a setup that is not stable, that doesn't have a direction, with other youngsters that aren't quite settled, you can't thrive. Not everyone is a Wayne Rooney. Not everyone jumps into the team at 16 and hits the ground running. Hardly any of them do. But as I've said, I could give you a list as long as my arm of young players throughout the last 25, 30 years. I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means. because of his overhyped, we believed it. I don't know what this means. Honestly, the internet is a very, very, very strange place full of dickheads, right? It's very, very strange. Look, we had a chance, didn't we, in the summer? We didn't do it. We had a chance in January. We've not done it. We've got to do this in the summer. Whoever the manager is, we have got to do this. I don't care if the manager is De Zerbi. I don't care if the manager is Poch. I don't care if the manager is Farioli. I don't care. They have got to buy some attacking talent that we can all believe in. We need to believe in it. Right now, when I watch a Spurs team play, I don't know about you guys. No part of me goes, he'll grab goals today. Tell me who. He'll grab goals today. There you go. There's a question for all of you. Right now, who watches this Spurs team and goes, he'll grab goals today? Who is it? Who can you say week in, week out with complete certainty that guy is going to score goals? And I bet you no one can name anyone. And that should be the bigger worry for fans. Rather than he likes this manager, he likes that manager, he likes this player, he likes that player. The bigger thing should be about Tottenham Hotspur. And that is where Tudor, for me, is going to show if he's a good manager or not over the next 12 games. Can he grab enough goals to show us? And the fact that everyone is saying Mickey van der Ven kind of shows you the answer, right? It's funny. Right now, I don't see, where's that troll Ragnar? Where's Eureka Kaka? They're not here when they need to answer a question. They're not here, right? Yeah, but his career doesn't tell me that, right? Like, his career tells me he's okay. But I've seen enough of this guy in his career to know that he has good patches, but he isn't that guy. See, again, you've not listened, not slagging him off. Listen to what I'm saying. Again, mate, you're being a troll because you're not listening. No one slagged them off. You must have been born with a silver spoon in your mouth, because anytime a player is critiqued, you think they're being slagged off. Listen to what I've actually said. We all know you're a bit of a twat, but I'm going to try for you. Ready? I'm going to try. Here we go. This is just for this person. I'm going to use little words and try and help them out. The problem is the players we've bought aren't ready right now. They aren't contributing right now. They don't have the goals and assists right now. Those young players should be learning from better players. That's not slagging them off, right? That's not about suiting my narrative. That's about fact. Everyone can now see how silly you're being because you're not actually listening. It's okay. It's all right. Silver spoon in your mouth. Mummy cuddled you too hard. Relax. Right? No one's slagging them off. They're just not good enough for what we need right now. Many of these players are not good enough for what we need right now. I don't understand how you don't get it. It's not my fault that you like average footballers in your team. People like you deserve to be where we are. People like that Yid bloke, I'm guessing it's a guy, they deserve to be where we are because they think just being nice about average players means that the players are going to be better. Right? This is the problem. Unfortunately, we do live in a day and age, don't we, people, where people do not like reality. The reality is right now, Spurs are what? 16th in the league, right? The reality is Spurs are 16th in the league. Let me just double check. The reality is last season we were 17th in the league. The reality is whatever we think about Ange, whatever we think about Frank, the reality is these players have been here 2 years in a row now. And the same thing is happening over and over and over again. No matter whether people want to be super fans. Whether you want to be a super fan or not, fine. You're a better fan, right? You're a better fan than me, sure. And Ange put us in 17th. But you know what? Frank or Ange, all the players are still here, right? So, again, this is what I mean. Bigger picture, right? Whether you like Frank, whether you like Ange, none of it matters. 16th and 17th is not good enough for Tottenham Hotspur, right? Doesn't matter which manager you like or don't, which player you like or don't. The reality of the matter is that's where we are. The reality of the situation is that's where we've now been for 2 years solid. And if you actually look for 3 years solid, Spurs have been 15th across the Premier League. So for 3 years solid, that's where we are. But don't worry, just keep saying the players are good because it makes you a better fan. Absolutely, Philly. Absolutely. And this is why when fans want to be better, you get called toxic. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Striving for better is toxicity these days. But having a fake name and a fake picture means you're a better fan. I don't understand the world. I don't understand the world. And what I love is someone like that Eureka car would shit themselves if they came onto a show, wouldn't know how to string a sentence together. Again, move on from Ange, move on from Frank. Both have gone. Who cares? Both have gone. One left the 17th, one left the 16th. What about the players? They get away scot-free every time, don't they? They get away scot-free every time. We can blame Frank. We can blame Ange. We can also blame the players. We can blame Paratici and Lang. We can blame Vinay. We can blame Levy. We can blame Paratici. It's all there, but we choose, don't we? We pick and choose the one we don't like to blame. And that's why it always makes me laugh. This is why it always makes me laugh. When people want to blame, I'm seeing so many people now, we are where we are because of Frank. Sure, don't have to like Frank. You can think he's done a bad job, but you really know it's not all on Frank. We all know it's not all on Ange, don't we? We all know this is an amalgamation of crap things that have happened at this football club over and over again. No, you're just an idiot. No, you're just an idiot because that's exactly what I said. I said we don't have the experienced players now and that these young players need support, people to learn off. But you thought it was me slagging them off. Idiot. We are, again, it cracks me up. Since Frank's gone, I'm still seeing people going, oh, Frank, oh, Ange. What are we not learning as a fan base? They've gone. They've gone. They've gone. We need to worry about, as a club, where are we going that way? How do we go that way? Well, first of all, let's have a plan, eh? Let's have a plan. Dude, you're a troll with Eureka Johnson's face and Eureka's name. I mean, if anything told me you're a fucking spotty 12-year-old sitting in your bedroom, you have not been a fan since 1978 and you are not a shareholder in Spurs. No adult of that age has Eureka's name, Eureka's face, and then says to me that I'm toxic for wanting better players. I've seen you on all of the shows. You just rate some very average footballers. That's fine, but then don't tell people that want better players that they're toxic. Sorry, those things don't add up for me. None of my friends would go online with a fake name, fake picture, and then say that they were a fan since 1978. There's levels to being an adult. Come on. Come on and have a chat. Let's see. Come on. But I'm hoping at some point we can get to the stage where everyone is not arguing about Frank v. Ange. Those two, like them, dislike them, whatever it is, they aren't the big problem. They aren't. They truly aren't. They truly, truly aren't. And I see people post all over the internet. Look what Frank did. Look what Ange did. Look what Frank said. Look what Conte said. Look, why are we not learning what the bigger problem is? Why are we not learning? Why are we not understanding? If you keep buying average players, your team's going to be average. This is not a difficult concept to work out. If you keep diluting your team, you dilute it to the point where the team is no longer feared by the opposition. Spurs don't have players that scare the opposition. We just don't. We don't. We just don't. As much as we want to pretend, as much as people want to praise players that haven't done anything yet, other teams aren't scared of them. We can talk all day long. We can rave about average footballers, right? And we do, don't we? I get it, right? Everyone wants to be edgy. Everyone wants to be edgy. Oh, I see something in that player. Cool. See something in them, but right now they're not there. There are young players throughout the years. You go, something about him. Let's see how good he gets. Other people like that, you're like, no, they're amazing. They're brilliant. Get behind. It's like, cool. Let's let it happen. Let's let it see. There are other people that think everyone's going to be Bale. Everyone's going to be Kane. Let it happen. Then deal with it. But stop trying to convince everybody that every young player is amazing. Everyone we've scouted is brilliant, because we're scouting these players. Here's another element to this, guys. We keep scouting these players, but they're not coming into any sort of process. They're not coming into a well-oiled setup, are they? And again, that's something you've got to look at. What's the plan for these players? If Spurs have a well-oiled setup and we turn around and go, a couple of years ago, it's well drilled, and we go, tell you what would be really good here, bringing in that young Odegaard from Burnley, a couple of years in this setup, monitoring this player, he'll be a real top footballer. We don't bring them into that. We bring them into a mess and go on, perform. And when players are young, they are growing. So some of them hit the ground straight away, don't they? You look at Dele Alli. Dele Alli hit the ground straight away. No, Dele Alli hit the ground running straight away, but that's very rare, isn't it? Very rare you buy an 18-year-old and they come in and hit the ground straight away. I don't think Bergvall has. I don't think Gray has. I don't think Tell has. I don't think Odegaard has. Dele Alli did. And that's why we're all different at different stages of our career. So, again, I haven't sold negativity. Again, you're a child. You're a spotty child in your mum's bedroom. You're not an adult. What are you talking about? Rant in June if you like. Dude, you're a troll. You're a disgusting, vile troll. I have not said anything toxic at all. I am saying Spurs need to implement a plan between now. This has nothing to do with Igor Tudor. I don't know what that means. Who doesn't want Spurs to win every game? This is mad. This is absolutely mad. I'm so confused how somebody like this says, I've been a fan since 1978, but can't understand my call for wanting better players. I've never moved away from this. Who said don't get behind the team for the next 3.5 months? Guys, this is what happens when people make things up. When people you've all now seen this person is a liar and a fake. You've all seen now that he, she, whatever this person identifies as, probably identifies as a dildo, being such a dick, right? You've all seen lies. I haven't sold any clicks, any negativity for clicks. I haven't driven disharmony. I'm asking for the opposite, and I've always asked for the opposite. I'm asking for Spurs to act positively. I'm asking for Spurs. Eureka's face, Eureka's name. Look Sorry, I'm talking about being rude and showing who you are. You shit the bed. You're a liar and a troll. Sorry. You're a liar and a troll. You started all this, didn't you? But calling me toxic for no reason. I wasn't toxic about anything. I haven't been toxic. You can't again, unfortunately, I'll tell you this. I know when you get to being an adult, you'll understand this, but you can decompartmentalize situations. So me asking for Spurs to buy better players, it doesn't mean I'm not backing Tudor on the team. Those two things are very separate, but you've somehow managed to lie. You'll go into other chats now and go, Savva said this. Everyone will know you're lying. This is not what I said. And everyone's now seeing you for your lies. You've just lied about everything I've said. Feel free to come on. People like you, though, won't put your face or your voice to a camera, will you? Because everyone will see what you are then, right? Toxic. You're right, Gus. You're right, Gus. Toxic is a buzzword. Exactly. I'm toxic because I said, I tell you what I think Spurs need to do moving forward is X, Y, Z. You're toxic. Get behind the... Sorry, when have I said I'm not behind Tudor? I literally said Tudor's here for 12 games. We've got to get behind him and the players have to deliver. But what people like that want, let me tell you what people like that want. They don't want football conversation. They want me to come on here and go, all our players are amazing. Come on, let's win every game. Brilliant. There's no conversation. They don't want nuance. That person doesn't know the word nuance. I'll send them a dictionary for their birthday. Right? Toxic is what Spurs, how they've run the club. Toxic is what the Spurs hierarchy have done to us. Toxic isn't a fan asking for better footballers to join the club. Toxic is fans like that saying, oh, clicks and I don't know, how much money do you think I make from this show? I haven't got a clickbait title. I've not said anything that's clickbait. But that person's just lying. And you'll see that person. I'll tell you what, when Sean goes live later, you watch, your Rico will be in the chat lying, saying stupid things. Danny K, how you doing, brother?
I'm all right, Sav. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, long week. Long week.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Really bad week today. And then I get people like Eureka turning up and just making it worse. So.
Just ignore the trolls. Ignore the trolls.
Oh.
It's just trolling.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Yeah, I mean, Danny, I'll ask you at the risk of you sounding clickbait, Danny. Unfortunately, you know, we kind of are where we are because of years and years of poor decision making at boardroom level, director of football level, scouting level, talent ID. This is where we are because of years of those decisions, right?
Yeah, it is. It was I know you haven't seen it, Sav, but I've watched half of this show from Connor and Billy T on their channel, The Whistleblows, and they had two members from the Supporters Trust on their show, and they were asking them questions about like how the meetings go when they see the people at the board, and just lots of other things. And one of the things I clearly remember from what I saw was that when they were talking about transfers and the club and how one of the points was about how Spurs they don't use the feeling from fans or the Supporters Trust was that the club don't bring through youngsters, so to speak, right, in whichever form that is, whether that's buying players and young players and developing them or bringing players through the academy. And they went on to use the excuse that, well, Spurs do that because they use the example of Archie Gray and Bergvall playing games that they played last year. But then what was annoying for me to listen to was that no one was brave enough to mention that, well, we used those players because we were forced to use them because we had no other options to use, which is why they were given minutes. It wasn't by design that they were given minutes. It was because the lack of quality players and first team senior pros that the club had bought were not there. So they had to use the youngsters. And that for me just goes to show, just by that one little segment, and that's not all that was said and what they were describing in the meeting. But for me, that just goes to show how far away this football club are from the reality, right? And from what's actually going on at the football club, and how it shows me that their neglect is, it's kind of like they think what's going on at this football club is okay, like the way it's being run. And not to say that they don't understand the situation that we're in, but like the way it has been run, and like the fact that they said apparently another thing they mentioned was that what Tottenham have done in the past, right, was they've gone for their third, fourth, and fifth options of players they sign, right? And what they're trying to do now is they want to go for their number one target at all costs, right?
Yeah.
But the problem you have there is a fine for me. It's a fine balance between going for being realistic about who you actually go for. And then if you can't get that player because of the circumstances the club is in, then you have to have another option, right? A second option. Doesn't necessarily mean you go for option C, D, E, or F, right? At least have a B or a C option, right? Because I'm sorry, I cannot get on board with, because we've historically gone for our third or fourth or fifth choice, then now we want to go for our first choice. But then if Semenyo is the first choice, right, and realistically, he's not going to come to us, right? Because if you've got Man City or Liverpool or Arsenal or United in for those players, they are going to choose those players purely because of the situation we are in currently, right? So the fact that we don't have a plan B or C, it for me is absolutely insane. And that's where it shows the incompetency of this football club and where we're going.
I think the one thing that's always concerned me, Danny, is it doesn't seem to matter, though, how badly we see it run, how average we've got. We still have so many people that back it.
Yeah.
So when we ask things like, when people ask the question, and as I said, fair play to people like Daigle and Stell that have always been a part of the protest together. When people say, why aren't more people going and attending? Because so many people don't seem to think there's a problem. So take this morning's show, for example. Look how many people are, no, just get behind them. You know, yeah, sure, we'll get behind them, Danny, but surely we've got to be asking the bigger questions, haven't we? Surely we've got to be asking the bigger questions as to why was XYZ player signed? What was the plan in mind? And you're absolutely right, mate. We can talk about Bergvall and Gray, but if Bergvall and Gray had actually joined a club where they had senior pros in front of them, right?
They wouldn't have had the minutes that they had.
They wouldn't have had the right. Exactly. So, for example, if Gray and Bergvall had joined Aston Villa, who have got Kamara, McGinn, Onana, Tielemans, Barkley, but these guys would have played sparingly. They would have been brought on, nurtured slowly by Unai Emery.
Yeah.
They would have been given 15 minutes here, maybe a Europa League game there, and no one would be raving about them being the best things ever.
Yeah.
What we do is we don't have the right squad to cope with these competitions. So the Greys and the Bergvalls and the Odebers and the Tells, they play more than they should have.
Yeah.
And what we do is, rather than going, look how bad that is by Spurs, right? Rather than saying, who are they learning from? We have people that just go, they're amazing. Get behind them. It's like, sure, but as a young player, if I go somewhere, who am I learning from?
Yeah.
Right now, who are Odeber and Tell learning from on that left wing?
Yeah, nobody.
No, nobody, right? It's either or. We argue who should be the guy that plays on that left. I know Odeber's injured now, but who should it be, Odeber or Tell? The question should be, which one of them's coming on for the last 15 minutes?
Yeah, and
the question should be, is Archie Gray coming on for the last 15 minutes because Paulinho has run his course and is running out of energy? But we're really backwards, Danny. We don't seem to have a methodical plan ever. And that's all I'm asking for. Let's have a plan.
And this is what we've been saying for years. I mean, and someone, I think it was, who said it in the chat? Someone said it not long ago. I think it was it? Oh yeah, J Spurs said, and that'll be the excuse in the summer. Couldn't get our first choice, and that's my biggest problem, right? Is because that is probably what they'll say, which is exactly why they didn't bring in more players in January. The excuse was that we couldn't get our first choices, right? Big up.
Of course.
But and for me, if they go into the summer window with that mentality, with Pochettino, which is looking more likely than not that he's going to be the manager, and for me, I still worry, because if Lange, what's frustrating for me is that the fact that Frank was sacked, right? I don't disagree with the sacking of Thomas Frank, right? But what I do disagree with is the fact that the club basically dismissed Paratici's advice, right, by wanting to get Igor Tudor in the first place and not having Frank. Then they have discrepancies about the players they want to bring in, so they're not listening to Paratici. Then they get rid of Paratici, decides to go. And then all of a sudden, as soon as he's gone, they've literally gone and decided on the manager who Paratici wanted in the very first place, and they're literally listening to his advice without him even being here. That to me shows the highest level incompetence, and it just goes to show that if we've got Vinay and Lange as our sort of hierarchy for next summer, do I trust that they're going to do the job for Pochettino? I don't trust it one bit. And that's where the problem lies, because if that's not changed, then I don't really know where we go. Like, it's going to be the same shit in a year, in 18 months time with Pochettino, and then he's going to fail, and then everyone's going to be blaming the manager, and it's going to be the same shit again.
No, I agree, mate. I agree. Look, I think whoever the manager is, you've got to have a plan from above. And we've talked about this a lot. Needs to be a director of football that understands football from the ground up. Yeah. You know, from top to bottom, that understands. And there's a lot of people in the chat that are pushing back, which is fair enough, saying, well, wasn't that Spurs' plan with Bergvall and Gray, but we got injuries? Danny, let me take you back to last summer.
Yeah.
Not last summer, the summer before. So Ange's last summer. Spurs in that summer window, if I'm not wrong, sold Ollie Skip, Lo Celso, Ndombele, and Højbjerg.
Yeah.
Right. So Spurs sold 4 senior pros.
Yeah.
And replaced them with Bergvall and Gray. So when we're saying, well, that was Spurs' plan, it couldn't have been the plan, because we knew we were leaving ourselves with who? Bentancur, Basuma, and Sarr.
Yeah.
You were leaving yourselves with Bentancur, Basuma, and Sarr. You knew that Gray and Bergvall were going to play loads of games.
Ridiculous.
2 competitions a week. You know that Bentancur's injury prone, right? We knew as a squad that they were going to have to play loads. There's a huge difference, right? If you are Arsenal could go right now this summer, and Arsenal, let me just think of Arsenal could buy in a young centre mid, pick who you want, an 18-year-old, 19-year-old centre mid from somewhere, right? And Arsenal know that next season you've got Zubimendi, Rice, Norgard, Marino, Havertz, right? You know that young midfielder will play not a lot to start, because there's loads of options in front of them. Spurs didn't do that. And this is what we've got to go and do this summer. This summer, Danny, what I don't want to hear is, oh, well, you can't buy that midfielder because he blocks Bergvall. That's not how big clubs act. They go and buy what they need for the first team and then worry about everything else after that, right?
Yeah, of course. Of course, but that's always been the problem with Spurs. And for me, it's just,
Hold on, Danny. Sorry, just quickly. Sorry, Danny. Greg keeps saying, you just named 2 players that didn't even play for us the season before. You've got to remember the season before we were in 1 competition, Greg. The season before, you didn't have to rotate your midfielders. We had 1 competition, mate. So when you then move to playing in Europe, and your 3 senior midfielders are Sarr, Bentancur, and am I missing someone, Danny? It was Sarr, Bentancur, and Basuma, right?
Yeah, that's all. And then we had Bergvall,
Right. So whatever you're saying, Greg, we've sold 4 senior pros and brought in 2 children. So when people are telling me there was a plan, or that was what, surely you couldn't have planned to play just 2 centre midfields for 60 games across a season. It's come on, this is basic math, isn't it, Danny? This is basic planning.
Yeah, you think it's basic planning, but not when it comes to Tottenham Hotspurs. There is no planning. Yeah, and it just I just find it quite crazy that the fans don't see it as much, which is because I don't even know where to go with it. It's just like, for me, Savva, it's like this is the same situation I've seen time and time again. Like it really is the same. I watched a video of me on a YouTube channel a couple years back, and it's like a repeat of me saying the exact same things I'm saying right now. And it was just, I think it was just after Conte was sacked, right?
Yeah.
And it's like it's like nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. All that's changed is different faces. But that's it. Yeah. Different faces have changed, but everything else, like the mask underneath, the real face underneath, is still the same. It's just a different mask has come on over the last couple of years in different departments in the football club, and nothing's really changed. And I think
Danny, you say since Conte, that's been if
it's look, before that anyway.
I'm a tad older than you. This has been 35, 40 years now where Spurs don't ever seem to have a joined up plan for more than a year. Like we don't have a plan. And what's worrying me is how many people still can't open their eyes to it. No. Like, what will happen, right, Danny? If we go and buy a couple of 18, 19-year-olds in the summer, fans will still celebrate it and go, cool, but this one's special. But this one's different. This shows ambition by Spurs. We're not getting it. We need to build a first team and then let the youngsters be part of that group coming through. But we don't learn, Danny.
I just don't want to see more youngsters in the summer. I think it's ridiculous if we sign any more youngsters. I don't want to see us linked with youngsters. I don't want to see us sign youngsters. I'm fed up with it. Like, the only youngster I'd accept is someone like Akliouche, right? Because the kid has got a lot of talent, and he's kind of shown his talent. Like he's the only type of youngster I'd really get on board with. But other than that, I don't want a youngster I've never heard of before. I don't want none of this shit. I want to see proven players signed, and I think it's going to be another messed up summer. To be honest with you, I really believe that, because if we're going to have to wait for United States of America to get knocked out of the World Cup before we can sign Pochettino, what will happen is Pochettino will come in. Was it like a month or a couple of weeks before preseason starts? And I guarantee you, Spurs will not have a plan, even if Pochettino is the manager, of a plan of who the players they want to target if Poch is the manager. What they'll do is they'll get him in, then they'll start going through like, oh, who should we sign? And then it'll be another underwhelming window. And then it'll be like, well, the manager came in late, and we weren't sure what the plan was. We weren't sure who he wanted to assess the squad, and he feels that he can do well with this squad. And do you know what I mean?
Danny, tell you what we're going to do. I'll give a sentence, an excuse. You give an excuse. I'll give one. You give one. Let's see how many we can do. Right. So in the summer, let's assume that Pochettino's the manager. I'll start. Right. So the excuse will be. It's a World Cup year. Tough to make signings.
Well, it's a new manager, so we didn't have time.
Yeah. The manager only arrived in July, so we were behind our opposition and getting in our targets.
The new manager, the new manager wants to evaluate the squad himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The new manager wanted X player, but Lang and Vinay wanted Y player.
Yeah, we We couldn't get our top target. We tried.
It's mad, isn't it? Like,
Yes.
it's truly, truly mad. And the thing is, we'll probably get to the end of the summer and we'll do what we did this summer that's just gone. We'll get Simmons. Let's be fair, Simmons was down the pecking order.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I don't like him, by the way. Simmons was down the pecking order, and we got him with, if I'm not wrong, 4 days to go in the window. 4 days. Mawani wasn't even on the list. We got him as a panic buy on the last day of the window on loan. Isn't it amazing, Danny, that those 2 signings with the 4 days to go made the fan base go, what a good window. And I sat there and I said, hang on, are we not going to look and see if a window was good because it was well planned, well executed? We're literally just going to go now on panic buys and say, good window, because that is what we'll do again. And then what will Pochs do? Pochs will come out with the same line that every manager does. We've had a good window. I'm happy with my squad.
See, coach in the chat said another one. All the top players at the World Cup, and then, or another excuse will be like, oh, that player had a good World Cup, and now other clubs want him, so now we can't go for him, right?
Yeah.
And the other ones you'll get is we'll get someone like 2 days before the window starts, and that player won't have a good start of the year, and it's like, oh well, he didn't have a pre-season, did he? So it's like he jumps in like just before the mid when we've already started the season, and he hasn't had his time to kind of learn the managers what he wants to do, full pre-season. How many times have we seen players come to this football club and you hear this every year? Oh, they didn't get a full pre-season. They didn't get a full pre-season, and the manager always says, "I want to have players in before the pre-season." So it's just we're going to see this again.
Just quickly, sorry, Benji, but this just isn't factually true. When we're saying we don't pay the wages, we pay the 6th highest wages in the Premier League. The only teams we don't pay bigger wages than are Man United, Chelsea, Arsenal, City, and Liverpool. When we're talking about not paying the wages, I get it that we can't match the big clubs, but are we saying that we can't?
I think we can match the big clubs. I just think it's a choice not to.
No, sure. But my point is, Danny, factually, when people say until the wages we pay more than Newcastle, they sign players like Bruno Guimaraes, Tonali, right? We pay more than Aston Villa.
Do we actually pay more wages? I thought Aston Villa and Newcastle pay more than us on wages.
They went above us last year, and then this year we've gone back above them because Aston Villa last year, don't forget, went astronomical with Asensio and Marcus Rashford's wages, didn't they?
Yeah.
But this summer we went with what? Romero had an uplift.
Xavi
Simmons, Mawani, Xavi Simmons, Conor Gallagher now added to that. So for me, I've always said this, Danny. We could talk about wages, but it's scouting. Yeah, it's scouting. Why couldn't we have scouted Tonali? Why couldn't we have scouted Bruno Guimaraes, Anthony Gordon? Why couldn't we have scouted Morgan Rogers? Why couldn't we have scouted Tielemans?
Yeah, that's true, right? But there is like one of the things that they were saying in that show that Connor and Billy T did, which was a really great show, by the way, was that the club are aware of like the I think they mentioned that the club are aware of that they're not. I want to word this correctly, but essentially what they were saying was they know that they're not spending as much as the other clubs they're trying to compete with in the wage department, and they are trying to rectify that. And I think they've started to, right? And it's going to take time. But again, it's a balance of like in the past, Tottenham didn't have the highest wages or they didn't have a high net spend, right? Or transfer spend. Now, the transfer spend is one of the highest in the Premier League, and it has been for the last 5 years, right? That's never been a problem in the last 5 years, is spending money. It's just, like you said, Sav, where we've spent the money is bad because what the club have done at the same time of spending more money on transfers is they have been reducing the wage structure, right?
Sure.
So that
Sure.
the correlation of spending more money and reducing the wage structure means that you can spend money on more average players, but you can only bring in the average players because in order to bring in the higher talent, you need to pay the higher wages as well. And that's what they haven't done.
So
now
you end up going for quantity over quality.
Correct. So and wasting hundreds of millions on absolute dross, right? Now what I want to see is the club spending the high transfer fees on top players and giving them the high wages, right? So, for example, I think Xavi Simons is a prime example of that because I do believe he's going to be an absolute world-class player for Spurs at some point.
Yeah, I think it'll be quality. Yeah.
I think he's going to be top. Like, I really can see it. He's just, you can see he's getting stronger day by day. He's getting better. I think when the right manager comes in, and if that is Pochettino, I think someone like him, I think could really like build the team around him. That's what you need to do. You need to build a team around someone like him because he is, Danny, quality.
The thing is though, right? Again, see Benji. So when you're saying our top earners are on 195k, when Anne says we wouldn't buy those types of players because we wouldn't pay the wages, scouting.
Benji, come on.
Those three was brilliant. Look at them now. Yeah, but the thing is, Benji, what we don't take into account when this sort of thing is said is there are players that Ange wanted that would have always joined better clubs than us, right? Yes, Arsenal have 7 players over 250k. I agree. But this is something that Sean always brings up, which is very, very true. If we go into the market, Danny, to compete with Arsenal for players and City and Liverpool, the clubs that are putting down these 250, 300Ks a week, those players aren't joining us anyway. And that doesn't mean, Danny, I'm not sitting here saying if we have to pay 300k a week, we shouldn't. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is more often than not, if Spurs are going to go in for a player that's at 250, 300k a week, so are Arsenal, so are Bayern Munich, so are City, so are Barcelona. Do you know what I mean? So are these big, big clubs. Now, we can match those clubs going forward on salary. We can't match those clubs in terms of attractiveness. We can't match them in terms of ambition. And
the thing is
that to be taken into account. As much as I'd love us to be able to turn around and think that every player is going to join us for money, let's be fair. If Mark Guehi's got the option of Tottenham or Man City, he's not joining Tottenham.
But the problem is, Sav, is that where we've gone wrong in the last couple of years is that we could have had those players, right?
Sure.
Like your Semenyos, like your Guehi's, when we had the chance to buy them before they were already good Premier League players, but they weren't at the levels they are right now. And that's when your Man Cities and your Arsenals and your Liverpools come in for them, right? So what we should have done is rather than go for the Oder Bears, you go and buy Semenyo. Go and spend the money. Go spend 50, 60 million pounds on Semenyo, right? And then you buy like do you know what I mean? By then.
So again, Danny. So when I said it's not wages, it's scouting.
Yeah, scouting is a massive problem. But it's like Spurs have decided to change their philosophy. Let's just say this is what they've done. They've decided to change their philosophy at a time when they should have had this years ago, right? And the problem is now we are so far behind in terms of where we are as a football club that we're not going to be able. It's going to be very, very rare, a rarity if we are able to get one of those type of players if we're competing with those clubs, which is why Spurs need to they need to have a plan B and C and go for the ones just below those players, because at this moment in time, we might not be able to attract those type of players that we want.
But let's look at the players that Ange mentioned, right? Let's look at the players that Ange mentioned at the time he mentioned them, because it's very important, Danny, that we don't look at them as to what they are now, but at the time he mentioned that he wanted them. Now, when we're saying wages, 2 years ago, Mark Guehi wouldn't have attracted the wages he's on now, right? 2 years ago, Pedro Neto, we did go in for him, but so did Chelsea, right? So I can't blame Spurs for not getting Neto.
But with Semenyo, like they at that time and Guehi, they would have had to pay. Semenyo I don't know if the clause in his contract would have been activated then, but Guehi, you would have had to have paid a lot of money to get him.
Right. And but
that's
this is my point, Danny. What you said there as well, it's about timing, right? And you're right. If Spurs get into a battle, Semenyo is the perfect example. If 18 months ago Tottenham had gone in for Semenyo, right? You get him. No one was looking at him. You get him, and his wages wouldn't have been huge. Look at this summer. This summer, everyone wanted Semenyo, right? And Semenyo didn't actually even join the club that offered the most wages.
Yeah.
Right? They didn't offer the most wages. If I'm not wrong, Semenyo was offered 250 grand a week by Tottenham and Liverpool, right? And joined Man City on 150. Because, again, this is why when people like Benji just mention wages, you've got to look at the other things, Danny. When a player goes to a football club, they won't just talk about wages. They'll talk about win bonus. They'll talk about trophy bonus. They'll talk about player of the year bonus, PFA team of the year bonus, top goal scorer bonus. You're not getting all of that at Tottenham, right? Semenyo could join Man City. Sorry, Dan, 1 second. Semenyo could join Man City next year, not this so much this year. Next year could be their top goal scorer for all we know. Let's say Haaland gets injured. He could be their top goal scorer. They win the league. He gets into the PFA team of the year, right? His bonuses go boom, 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 boom. And that far outweighs his basic salary. That far outweighs his basic salary because these will be millions of pounds of bonuses. When you go to Tottenham, we can give you 250 grand a week, right? We can't give you a title race like Man City can. We can't give you Pep Guardiola like Man City can. We can't say to you, you're going to be playing with Rodri, Erling Haaland, Phil Foden, Diaz, Donnarumma. And this is where fans, when they just talk about salary, they're not taking into account, Danny, the full makeup of why a player joins a club.
No, of course. But there's the element of it, like, it's not all players that are going to go because it's Man City, right? If like right now, Man City are like the club to join in England. If you're going to join a club, it's the best club in England to join because they have the most chance of winning trophies. So they're going to be able to attract the best talent because they've already got the best talent, right?
Sure.
So that's understandable that someone's going to take 100 grand less a week because if he goes to City and rips it up, which is what he's doing right now, it's going to show. It's going to be beneficial for him in terms of what he can achieve, right?
Sure.
But there are players right now who maybe not of your Semenyo levels, but there are players out there that you can compete with if you give them good salary. Like I'm going to say, for example, at Kliush, like he's a player I think we could get. No, I think we could get him
next level down, right? Next level down from what the big clubs are looking at.
Yeah, I think we could get someone like him, right? And I think that's and then if you go and pay him that type of wages, yes, it is a gamble, right? But at the same time, unfortunately, in order to get to where you want to get to in life, you have to take risks, right? Sure. It's in anything in life, in business, business, the billionaires and rich business owners. They didn't get where they got to without taking risks. Like they have to take risks. And it's the same in football. If they don't take risks, then we're never going to be able to improve. And in anything in life, you're going to win some and you're going to lose some, right? But in order to actually win some, you're going to have to take that gamble. And if it means giving like a Xavi Simons, who's a young player, 200 grand a week, right? Then they're going to have to do that because it's the only way you're going to be able to compete with the clubs you're trying to challenge and trying to get to their level.
Absolutely. You can't compete with City, Arsenal and Liverpool on trophies, on reputation, on history, on weight. You can't.
But I think what
you've got to do is you've got to go for the collective. You've got to build a team. You've got to build a structure. The problem is Spurs have gone the complete other way in years gone by. We've gone, right, we can't get that. Let's go for 18, 19-year-olds. What about in here? Now, this is the point with what I was trying to say with about these players that Anne just mentioned. Some of them, absolutely, I think you get. Semenyo, at the time that Ange wanted him, you get. I don't even think it's about wages. I think at that stage, you get him on 70, 80 grand a week, which is what we paid Archie Gray. So I don't think that's wages. The problem you've got is you hit the nail on the head, Dan. You've hit the nail on the head. If 2 years ago, Spurs want Mark Guehi, right? Crystal Palace go, right, you've got 2.5, 3 years left on your contract.
80 million.
You want Mark Guehi, here's 70, 80 million pounds, please, right? City have picked him up because he's 20 million quid.
Yeah.
20 million quid, right? Mark Guehi, it's a no-brainer. Spurs would have had to pay 75, 80 million, right? Semenyo, you would have got him. Neto, for me, Chelsea are always going to be more attractive at this stage because of how they run the club. Chelsea will chuck money
well,
at something.
It's like the thing is, Sav, it's like the thing that players want right now is you want to be in that top 4 echelon, right? You want to be that team competing for Champions League because they're the teams that are most likely going to be competing for trophies. So if Tottenham over the next 2 years were to be consistent top 4 contenders, then you will be able to compete with those players, right, at the level of the Man Cities and the Liverpools and the Chelseas. If you're competing at that level, because players will look at that and they will be like, okay, yeah, I actually want to go there because there's something going on there. Like they can actually see something. When a player can physically see it, then you have more chance of bringing in players. And I think that's where we have come so far down the pecking order right now, is because players look at Tottenham and it's very hard to look at Spurs and think that we're actually going to be a team that can attract the really top players. And that's where the problem is. And someone just said it in the comments. When fans accept mediocrity and they complain about the position they're in the league, it's so true, which is why I keep saying that 3/4 of this squad is not good enough. Like literally 3/4 of this squad is not good enough. I'd keep about 10 players at best, maybe a few more, right? Because there's youngsters included. But there's not many players I actually would say, yeah, I want to keep at Spurs. I mean, you can't. The issue is that you've got is that you can't change everyone instantly. It takes years to change, to weave out players, sell them, and this kind of stuff. But there's probably about 10 players I'd say, yeah, I'd be happy to keep. And then you build on that, right? And then maybe later on down the line, some of those 10 players, like, for example, your Romero's or whoever it is, you might get them out of the club, right? And then you bring through like Vuskovic or someone like this, or because he looks like to be an unbelievable talent. But I think this is where we go wrong. Like I wouldn't mind Odebear in the squad as a backup option because I think he's a good young player. I just don't want him to be the starting winger for us because he's not good enough.
Not allowed to say that though. People think it's toxic. Look, I think it's the same thing with it's the same thing with any walk of life. It's about knowing where you are in the food chain. And this doesn't change whether it's Formula One, whether it's rugby, whether it's football. This doesn't change, right? The top teams will always have the say because it's human nature, right? Like as Spurs fans, we go, of course Semenyo will join us if we sell him the project. If we weren't Spurs fans and we were footballers, and we get a phone call from Spurs, Arsenal, City, or Liverpool, Spurs are at bottom of the ladder. And I know that's horrible to hear, and people think that's putting down Spurs, but it's going to take a very special type of person, Danny, to get the phone call from Man City, from Liverpool, from Arsenal, and say, I'm rejecting all three of you to go to Spurs, because we all hate our owners, right?
Yeah.
We all think the club's run terribly. We all hate our director of football. We all hate whatever manager seems to be in. We all don't think the squad's good enough, right? But we sit there and go, why won't Semenyo join us? Well, look at all the things we've leveled at the club. These players and their agents see what we see. They see what we see. Yeah. Spurs are a mess. Why am I going to join them over the bigger clubs? Now, and actually, you just using him by way of example, he might look and go, right, well, none of the big clubs are in for me. Spurs are a big enough club in the Premier League. Yeah, that's a good move for me, because if I go there and perform, one of the bigger clubs picks me up, or maybe Spurs start building as a football club. Right. By the way, listen, dude, stop. You were asked to come on. You shit your pants, didn't you? So if you would like to come on and have a conversation with Danny K or myself, you're more than welcome to.
I just find it funny. I just find it funny that, look, if I have an opinion that's similar to Savva's, but anyway, there's a lot of children though, Savva, so it's fine.
Why can't two adults have a conversation that doesn't descend into drama and fighting, and people think it's that Danny and I have actually disagreed on a few things since he's come on. If you actually listen to what we're saying, we're just not having a go at each other about it. Honestly, the internet, man, the internet.
He can come on if he wants. I'd love to have a chat with this idiot.
But Coach One, look, we could offer more game time than Arsenal for Eze. Where did Eze go?
Yeah,
we could offer him Cappy more game time. You've got to remember, these players understand when they go to the big clubs, they're going to be rotated. It's
different, Sav. If we were, like I said, if we had been consistent top 4 challengers or in the top 4 for the last couple of years, there could be a difference in some of those players, because they might look at it and be like, well, Tottenham are actually not as good as Arsenal, but they're getting there. And then you could bring those players in. Some of them might decide, do you know what? I actually will go there because they are a competitive team. They are looking like they want to challenge for something, and then they might actually take the step and be like, okay, well, I see Tottenham as a club that's progressing. I see them as someone who's going to challenge. I see someone who's going to be competitive in the Champions League. Yeah, maybe I will go there. But because we're not there at the moment, we can't bring in those players, and those players will go to the other clubs, even if they're not playing consistently, because they know there's a better chance of them playing in the Champions League, winning a title, winning a trophy.
But the thing is, I think too many times, and obviously we are fans, so we think of it like this, but fans do think of it from, well, we support Tottenham, we love Tottenham, why won't these people want to join us above these better players? I have always maintained this is down to scouting, right?
Yeah.
Look at Dele Alli. That was scouting, right? Luka Modric was scouting. Dimitar Berbatov was scouting. These players weren't that when we signed them. Those players were there and could go to here. We've come away from that lately. Spurs have come away from that. We seem to either go right at the other end of their career or kids. We don't seem to look at those. And again, look at Lookman, right? Look at Lookman. We got Spurs fans that Lookman's a troublemaker. Lookman's not good enough for Tottenham, Danny. He's not.
He's doing well.
Mate, Atletico love him. The fans, the Atletico job boards love it. Job boards. The message boards, they love him.
Yeah, I wish we'd got him. This is where I don't understand why our scouts are just not at that level that we need, because it's I don't understand. I just don't understand it. He would have added so much to our attack right now. He really would have. We're a team that can't score goals, and people, I'm sorry, but I call out the fans who say that, oh, we should be playing better, because when you look at some of the players that we have, none of them can score goals. Like, unfortunately, Xavi Simons is coming to the Premier League. He's not a seasoned Premier League pro yet, so he's going to take time, and you can see he's getting better. But it would help if he had other players around him that could score goals. Because how many times has Xavi set up players and he looks and then he sees like Richarlison miss a shot, and then you see the look on his face. It's like you can see he feels what some of us fans feel. It's like, yeah, I get it, Xavi, man. I know they're not good enough, mate. They're just not. And it's like that's the feeling that you see him on his face. His facial expression will show that.
You see him drop his shoulder, go past a man, and you can almost see him going, right. At top clubs, you go, right, I've done that. I've got my option right, my option left, my option through the middle. When you look at Spurs, you go, where's the options? Now, imagine he was playing in this team, Danny, Imagine he was playing in that team instead of the Delhi role, right? And he's got Son, he's got Ericsson, he's got Kane. Suddenly this season, you're seeing a lot more goals, a lot more assists, much better link up. And this was my point going back to the summer. Spurs just replaced what they already had. They didn't actually add.
Do you know what was funny, Savva? I saw a video the other day, a clip of I think it was the Conte season, right? And all in the clip, right, it was Tottenham scoring goals, right? And it's funny because in that clip, all I saw was Harry Kane spraying these unbelievable passes to Son like beating a man and burying him, and then it was an alternate where Son had the ball, he'd pass it to Kane, and Kane would finish it. And I said to one Tottenham fan, I said, who can do that in our team right now? Who can do that, right? And they said, they go, only time we'll do that is when Harry Kane comes back. It's just like this is what I mean. Like, we haven't got anyone who can play. The only player who can play a ball to a high level in our team is, in terms of passing or crossing, is Romero, and which is our centre back, and Xavi Simons. They're the only two that can play a top pass, right? And when you haven't got players that can do that, and then when we do pass the ball to some of the players, they can't control the football. So it's like, well, when you're playing it to like Richarlison and Tell and Odebear, I mean, it's laughable. It's laughable. It really is laughable.
But Danny, I'm not shocked because of my prediction in the summer of we're going to struggle to score goals. like said this in the summer, and everyone said what a really good summer for Tottenham. And I was one of the few. That's fine, I don't mind. But I was one of the few saying this window stinks of panic again. This window stinks of Spurs not having a plan, and everyone went mad. Mawani oh my God, Mawani, Paulinho. Got him on a loan.
Yeah,
like, we didn't even buy him.
And do you know what the worst thing is as well? Like, I think people have mentioned it in the chat. I agree with some of the people where they said Kudus as well. I think Kudus as well. I think what I've seen with Kudus is, yes, I see a manager, maybe a manager trying to overutilize him, which has obviously affected his performances before he got injured, right? And I definitely think that him being overplayed also contribute towards his injury, right? But at the same time, what I also saw was that when Xavi wasn't on the pitch, every player wanted to give the ball to Kudus no matter what, because they know he's the best player, right? So and then what he does is, because there are times, don't get me wrong, where Kudus holds on to the ball too much, but there's an element where I actually don't blame him, because how many times has Kudus given the ball to those people and they can't control the football? They can't do anything with it, right?
Yeah.
And I see the same thing with Kudus, with what I saw with Xavi, where they're like, what the fuck? Like, where's my options? Where's my options? Right?
Now imagine he has also Maddison, Simmons. Now imagine
exactly.
That he's playing off. It changes, right?
And also, Sav, also, like, when you look at Kudus, right? You can tell that he's a player that wants to play football, but it's very hard for him when he doesn't have those players around him, which is quite gutting, because Xavi Simons started to show more signs as Kudus got injured. So it's a shame that we never got to see them play together more often, because the problem we had as well was Frank kept playing when he did play Kudus before he got injured, he kept playing Xavi Simons on the left-hand side. You need to play the best players closer to each other, because that's how you're going to impact the team.
I agree.
So I wanted to see, and maybe that is a Frank problem, right? That was a problem he had.
And also a problem for not buying a proper left winger and a player. If you buy what you need, everyone gets played in the right position.
Right? But do you not think, until we get out of this vicious cycle and address the real problem here, this is just going to continue? Because, and I'll die on this hill, I'm convinced our biggest problem has always been the wage structure. And after that, you say it's not. When a man like Angepostecoglou comes out and says this, I'm more inclined to believe
it has been. It has been.
It has. Well, hold on. You say earlier. Look, Newcastle, Benji. They've gone out and they've scouted well. They've brought in players.
Yeah,
fine. You're absolutely right. However, if you don't mind me saying so, we scouted and Buemo and Semenyo, and we wouldn't buy them because of the wages. Now, at the time, yes, they were popular players, but they weren't being spoke about in the same breath as they were this season. So that's good scouting, but the club wouldn't pay the wages. So it leads back to what I'm saying. We're hamstrung by the wage structure.
Hang on. But this isn't true because Pedro Neto was in talks with Tottenham, right? So we would have paid the wages for Pedro Neto, right? Semenyo wasn't on massive wages. Why wouldn't we have paid his wages, but we paid 75 grand a week for Archie Gray, right? Why have we got the sixth biggest wages in the Premier League if we won't pay the wages? Why?
I'm only going off Angepostecoglou.
I think
it's deeply involved.
It's only this season.
Hang on. But the thing is, you're going off one summer, right, of Ange saying this. Ange says a lot of things, right? This is the problem. Ange says 1,000,001 things, right? Are you telling me we couldn't have afforded Semenyo's wages that year? I don't believe that in any way, shape, or form that we could not afford his wages, right? Guehi, right? You're telling me we couldn't have afforded Guehi's wages. Guehi would have been about £80 million, right? That summer. He would have been 80 million quid, right? Are you telling me that we couldn't pay Tonali what Tonali's being paid that Newcastle pay him? Or Gomares or Gordon? So when we're saying the wages, Newcastle and Villa don't have a player anywhere near one of our players' wages. So that argument doesn't hold up. I'm all for the wages argument, but you've got to make it make sense.
Okay, absolutely. Well, unfortunately, people like yourself or me don't really know what players like Buemo and Semenyo were demanding. And clearly the club, whatever they were demanding, didn't feel that they were worth getting in. I mean, so look, the way I look at it is, and again, I'm going to defer back to this. When someone like Ange says that, and you can say he says this, he says that, fine. But listen, this is a man that's been deeply involved with the club. And when he says, I don't feel like Spurs are a big club because they refuse to pay the wages, I'm going to be inclined to believe that. So I hear what you're saying, and it makes sense. But we don't know what they were demanding.
But you can look at what we pay players, right?
Mm.
We pay more than Newcastle. We pay more than Villa. We pay more than all of the clubs other than the big five. So when we're saying we don't pay the wages, so how have Aston Villa put their squad together, right, that has been in the top four battle for 4 years in a row on less wages than Tottenham Hotspur, if it's a wages issue and not a scouting issue?
No, it's very true. But I mean, correct me if I'm not mistaken, Aston Villa are in a lot of trouble when it comes down to their wage structure. I believe it's something like 90.
Hang on, but that's not what I asked. Like that. That's not what I asked, right? And Aston Villa will have to sell people for PSR and wage. That's fine. But the question I'm asking is, Newcastle have finished in the top four twice in the last 4 years, if I'm right, and won a trophy. Aston Villa have been in the top four a couple of times and are top four again now, right, and could win the Europa League this year. Why have those teams got players on nowhere near the wages Tottenham have if it's a wage issue only? Why are they so far above us if it's only a wage issue at Tottenham?
No, it's a very good point, and it's really hard to answer. And again, I'm only going off what I see. Look, I really don't know. Obviously, clearly it's a scouting issue, but again, for me, it just looks like the club don't want to pay certain players certain types of wages.
I think there's a difference. I think I agree with you, Benji, right? But I think, like, in terms of the past, I think that is definitely true, right? In terms of the last, I don't know, however long we've known Enoch and how they run the club.
But not now.
Yeah, but this summer they have tried to change the wage structure, and I think where the problem is that we haven't seen enough of what this club are going to do, right? To know to give a fair judgment on what the club want for us as fans, right? In terms of where they want us to go. Yes, this summer has been the first summer they've started to up the wages again. The only time Spurs I saw them try to up their wage structure was under Poch when we had Harry Kane, Son, Ericsson, Dele. They upped the wage structure then. And when that team got dismantled after Poch left, or after Ndombele came in, after that Ndombele transfer, I think that's when Levy decided he wasn't going to do that mistake again. So then he started to try and lower the wage structure. And that's where it all started to fuck up even more. And I think now they definitely look like they want to start paying higher wages, but we need to see more of it before we can say, yeah, okay, that's exactly what they want to do. And that's where I stand with it, because yes, I agree with Benji. Historically, the club club have been shocking in their wage structure, and they haven't done enough to attract the high echelon of players. But
now, the problem is we've been capable over the last 10 years. That's my issue.
Yeah.
We've been capable of attracting that type of player.
At times, not for the whole. We can't just say for the whole decade. If you look,
no, of course not. I'm not saying that.
Spurs have been a mess for the last 6 years. Like, which top player in those 6 years are joining Tottenham Hotspur? And this is where right. Look in the summer. The biggest example. See, this is where when people say wages, why did Semenyo go to Man City, who offered him the least wages of all the clubs who bid for him? Why?
They're more successful.
Right.
Yeah. So but that applies to now, not back then. So when we had our chance to ascend, we didn't because of a problem with wage structure.
I hear you, but we're going by one thing that Postecoglou has said. Right? We're going by one thing that Ange has said. Right? We're not actually looking at the data to show how much we are actually paying. Our squad we pay big wages. Yeah. And again, I'll go back to this. Sean always says this, and I think he's right. When we talk about paying the same wages as the Liverpools, the Cities, the Arsenals, that's fine, but we can't compete with them to get the player anyway. Right? So we can, so when people say we need to pay a player 300 grand a week, what 300 grand a week player is joining Tottenham over someone else? When people say we need to pay £100 million for a player like Arsenal did for Declan Rice, cool. Which £100 million player is joining Tottenham Hotspur the way we are? We talk about money a lot, but we seem to be forgetting everything else around the club that isn't money orientated.
Yeah, but money does speak, and unfortunately, the way we can attract bigger players. Well, hold on, money can speak, and unfortunately, at this point that we're in, hold on, let me get to it. At this point that we're in, that's the only way we're going to attract a higher quality of player. I mean, listen, I'd say more so than ever.
There's no truth to that.
Well, hold on, let me finish. Let me just finish what I was going to say, right? So more so than ever, I think there are more mercenaries in football than there's ever been.
Who?
You want me to read off some names?
Yeah. You said there's more than
Mbeumo for one of them. And Mbeumo, I mean, 250 grand a week. And Mbeumo wanted at Manchester United.
So sorry, why does
at the time would you have gone?
Sorry, why is Mbeumo a mercenary? Are we using the word mercenary correct here?
Well, give me your okay, fine. So you don't think Mbeumo's a mercenary?
Mbeumo, not at all. He's just joined one of the biggest football clubs in the world. Why is he a mercenary?
He's not. He's joined for less money.
Osman.
Is he not on 250 grand a week, Mbeumo?
Mbeumo. Mbeumo.
Yeah, Mbeumo. Brian Mbeumo.
Right, Mbeumo.
Why is that make him a mercenary?
Mbeumo joined Manchester United because he was a Manchester United fan growing up as a kid, and his dream was to play for Manchester United. Right, so that's why he joined Man United. Nothing to do with how much money they were going to pay him. And let's be honest, right? The best players, they want the most money, right? And that's just the way football is these days, right? So him being one of the top Premier League scorers for the last couple of years, why would he not want the best salary he can get? And if he can get that, the club that his dream was to play for, then What's the problem with that? For me, and
Yeah,
Mbeumo
why
was.
is he? I need to know why he's a mercenary. I don't understand.
I'd have Mbeumo all day, every day, because he's such a good player.
Because do you know what, Manchester United? Yeah, they might be a big club historically, but right now, for the last God knows how many long, they've been a bit of a joke of a club.
No, but
so
it
why
doesn't
would
matter.
one of the best players in the Premier League then suddenly decide to go to Manchester United with a
Benji?
little bit?
Because right.
I get that he's a fan.
No, it's not that. It's not
Man
just
United
that.
have got one of the biggest reputations in world football.
Man United are still
Like,
historically the biggest club in England, right? Or in the last 20 years, they are one of the biggest clubs historically, right? And if you get a chance to go and play for your dream club, right, and try and be one of the guys to help bring them back to those levels, then of course you're going to try and do that, which is why players go to Manchester United, because number one, they're historically one of the biggest on the planet, right? It's the one name, one team, right, in the world where everyone knows Man United, everyone, right?
So would you say they've still got the pull to attract some of the best
Of course
players?
they do. It's Man United, mate.
Shut up, boys. Come
it's
on
Man
now.
United.
They've been on a steady decline for over a fucking decade.
It doesn't matter. It's Manchester United, mate.
Okay. Let's
Manchester
ask
United.
Okay, so let's ask them, Benji. So when you're saying, "Oh, come on, boys," again, this is emotion versus any factual evidence you're bringing to the table. So if Man United can't attract players, why did Mbeumo go there? Why did Cunha pick there when he had loads of options? Why did Casemiro go there from Real Madrid if Man United aren't a big club? Right? Why is Bruno Fernandes still at Man United if they're not a big club? Right?
I'm not saying they're not a big club historically. I'm just saying the downturn they've had, they've been a bit of a laughing stock for quite some time now. And I understand they're on a bit of but the point remains. So that sort of history way back when, is that really relevant to today's world?
Yes, because it's not way back
I don't
when.
think so.
But okay, Benji, what have Man United won in the last decade?
A few FA Cups, I think, maybe.
Right, they've won in Europe, they've won FA Cups, they've won League Cups, right? Man United are still one of the most revered clubs in world football. That they can pay big wages, they've got big history, they've got the stadium, they've got the aura. This isn't like Spurs who won a league in the 60s trying to attract players. This is Man United. But I want to get back to, I need to get back to this. Your statement was players are mercenaries these days. I'm asking you to name some that are mercenaries. And the first one you could come up with was Mbeumo, who I don't understand how he's a mercenary in any way, shape or form.
I mean, I've just explained why I felt he was a mercenary. I was unaware he was a fan of Manchester United, but fine.
250 grand a week doesn't make you a mercenary. He's a top pro footballer that's going to get paid well. I don't understand. I'm confused.
Wasn't he on 60k a week at Brentford, something like that? I'm just simply saying there were better options for him, and he chose Man United. I would assume that was because of 250k a week.
Who was a better option?
Who didn't want Mbeumo at the time?
So hang on, I only remember Man United bidding for him. I keep hearing this a lot.
Yeah.
I don't remember anyone else bidding for Bryan Mbeumo because Bryan Mbeumo and his agent came out and said, "I want to go to Manchester United." And again, this is what I mean when we're talking about feelings versus facts. This is what I mean. We say money talks. Fine. Name me a player that Spurs are going to offer more money than City and Liverpool and Arsenal that says, yeah, I actually want to go to Spurs because they're paying me more. No one can name that player because it's not true. It won't happen. Players are millionaires.
It's like I said, Benji. The only way.
Let me finish. Right, Benji. These are millionaires. Whether they're being paid 200 grand a week or 250 grand a week, it doesn't really touch the sides. They are millionaires. But this notion that people keep saying that money talks, the Semenyo deal kind of blows everyone's theory that says that out the water, that he was offered less. He was offered 100 grand less a week to go to City than Tottenham. He was offered 100 grand less to go to City than Liverpool. And he chose Man City because fans that say money talks, these players are rich anyway, right? Also, what you're not taking into account is what about the bonus, the sign-on bonus him and his agent are going to get? What about the bonuses he's going to get for winning the league, winning the cup, winning the Champions League, top goal scorer, PFA Team of the Year? What about the release clause that they're going to put in there, or the if we win the league, you get an extra 10% on top of your wages? This is why it's not as simple when people go money talks. No one can give me an evidence of money talking unless it's Saudi. So when we're going Ruben Neves, when we're going John Duran, right? When you're going Awesome, all these people, yeah, they're going there for 500-600 grand a week. They're mercenaries. When you're talking about joining Man United for 250 grand a week, that's smart.
I'll give you an example of a mercenary, Osimhen.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, he could have gone to Chelsea. He could have gone to Man United. And I know Chelsea were interested in him, but he chose Galatasaray because they were going to pay him 450 grand, or what is 400 grand a week. And also because over there's a lot less tax rules. So he's going to have more of that money in his bank account. And that's why he went to Galatasaray.
Let's look at this, right? These are the Premier League players and the salaries they're on, right? You can't just say they're all mercenaries because they're all really, really well paid. Look at the clubs they pay for, right? Now, if we look, let's have a look and see how far down the list you have to get to find someone who is at a small club earning more money than they could at a big club. I bet you won't find one. Right?
Also, Sav, look at Mo Salah had a chance to leave in the summer, right, to Saudi, right, and they were willing to pay him £1 million a week, nearly £1 million a week, and he said no. The rumors allegedly, he said no because he wanted to stay in England, and then he was waiting for Liverpool to pay him what he feels he's deserved, being in the Premier League, to be on par with the Haalands, the Casemiros, the Bruno Fernandezes, and all this kind of stuff. And now he's on, like, look at what he's on now. So if he can get paid that money to stay in England, then why would he go to Saudi if he wants to win more Premier Leagues and all this kind of jazz?
But Danny, have a look at this, right? If we scroll down here, right, have a look, right? So you tell me when you find a player who's not at a top club in England, right? So look, City, Liverpool, United, Liverpool, City, United, City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, City, Arsenal.
Yeah.
Right, look. Notice when you see one that doesn't play for any of those clubs, there's not one of them there, right?
So you deem Manchester United a top club still?
Hang on. Let me go to page 2. Right? Page 2. There you go. Verts, Liverpool, Chelsea, Arsenal. Romero is the first player that comes into this mix at 195, right?
And Xavi Simons underneath.
195. So 2 Spurs players, right? But then look, again, how far do you get down before you find someone that isn't even Spurs?
Maddison.
Right, hang on, Maddison, Spurs, right? Newcastle, there we go. Right down towards the end of the second page, you get a Newcastle player. But have a look at everyone else. He's the only Newcastle player in the top 50. In the top 50, he's the only player outside the top 6 clubs. Look. So again, when you're saying mercenaries and money talks and that, all of those players play for the big clubs. Not one of those has gone to a smaller club on massive money because they're a mercenary. Not one of them. And this is what I don't get, Benji. Like,
no, that's fine. I mean, me personally, I would say every single Man United player you saw on that list is a bit of a mercenary. I don't see how you can deem Man United a big club in our current climate. I don't see that.
They're the biggest club in the country.
Historically, fine, but not now, and it's not been that for a very long time. How can you disagree with this? Yes, they may be a big club historically, but as you've stated already, players will go to clubs that are more successful. Have Man United been overly successful in the last 10 years?
Yeah, but there's a difference.
You do realise that
the money.
You do no. Hang on.
Can I just say one thing, Savva?
This is just
the one thing I'll say on this year is that Man United, Benji, have not been good for the last 15 years, or since, let's just say, since Sir Alex Ferguson left, right? They've not been the same team. That was inevitable, right? Apart from a little stint with Solskjaer and Jose, where they came close, right?
Yeah.
Apart from that, Man United have always, no matter what, have been a club who can attract the best talent in the world. And the reason why, Benji, is because they are Man United, and the players, every single football fan, every single football player knows who Manchester United are. And for a top professional player to be one of those guys that can make Man United great again is what, like, Trump says to America, make USA great again. It's like the same thing. It's like they will see it as that I can be the guy to make Man United again, right? That's why players join Man United. It's an ego thing, right? Because if they feel they're good enough, they feel they're good enough to be that guy to help Man United become the dominant force in the English football again. That's why they join Man United.
By the way, can we just say, for Man United, who have not done anything for 10 years, they have 6 major honours in 10 years.
And yeah,
they have 6 major honours in 10 years, right? Again, this is the difference between a snapshot of time and football history, right? Man United still win trophies during their downturn, right? Man United, during their downturn, have still managed to recruit Cristiano Ronaldo, right? They've brought in Zlatan Ibrahimovic. They've brought in Bastian Schweinsteiger. They've brought in Paul Pogba. They've brought in Bruno Fernandes, Cunha, Mbuemo.
Casemiro.
Right, Casemiro. Right.
Oh, what about, remember Varane? So, Varane as well, wasn't it?
Varane. So again, Benji, no offense, but when you come up here and go, United aren't big, why do all these players then still go to Man United if they're such a small club now? Why?
Because of the money Man United will pay.
It's not just.
Yeah, it's not. There's an element of that, Benji.
There is a huge element.
Let me give you an example.
So hang on, you show me all you want, Sam, but you can't tell me that's not a huge.
But Benji,
those players I just mentioned, none of them could have gone elsewhere for the same money. No.
Possibly. I mean, let's be honest for a minute. Zlatan was 38 years old. Casemiro was considered finished.
But Casemiro's just played for them for like 3 or 4 seasons. But have you noticed there's a caveat for everything, right? The difference between fan and player, agent, manager. You ask any manager, player or agent about Man United, they're telling you they're one of the biggest clubs in the world. It would be an honor to go there. Fan turns up and goes, Man United aren't big. Everyone who goes there's a mercenary. It doesn't add up. It just doesn't.
Do you know what will be funny as well? I'm gonna put it out there as well, and fans might not like this. If Man United came in for Pochettino in the summer, he's going to Man United over Spurs. I guarantee you. Guarantee you. He's always said that Man United. Fergie was the one twerking for him when he was at Spurs. He wanted him to be the next manager, and Pochettino kept twerking for Man United as well. Let's not forget that, people. Let's not forget that.
What, Danny? Watch who Man United sign in the summer again. Watch. I think Man United will end up in Champions League again this summer.
You know who I think they're going to sign? I think they're going to sign Wharton.
I think they're going to sign Adam Wharton. Yeah. I think they're going to sign a top centre back, and I think they're going to sign another strike, because you know why? They are a massive. They're a gargantuan of a football club, right? Yeah. But again, when we're saying people are going to clubs just for money, right?
But let's be honest, Savva.
But why are these supposed top players going to a club like Man United when you say to me that, you know, all these players you're speaking of, the list you've shown me, are playing for top successful clubs? Okay. So then why
Man United are a successful club?
But Man United are a successful club.
Maybe an FA Cup here and there, fine. But in the league, they've been pretty shambolic.
Yeah, but they've still won. They've still won trophies, Ben.
They've still won. But Benji, you do realise not every player can join every club. Like when we talk like this, right? If a player goes on the market this summer, let's use Danny's example. If Adam Wharton goes on the market right now, not every club can sign him. So what the argument that you come from is essentially, but he went there instead of there. Well, yeah, he can only go to one of the clubs. You know, if Adam Wharton comes on the market, there's nothing to say that at the time, Arsenal and City, for example, go, yeah, we need Adam Wharton. Now, I'm not saying they won't. I'm just saying maybe they don't. And if City, Man United, and Arsenal all go for you, who wants you the most, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Who needs you the most? Now, it might get to the point where Palace go 100 million, right? And United go, yeah, we need that profile of player. We need that. City and Arsenal might go, we want him. Do we want him enough? Declan Rice, Man City and Arsenal situation. Arsenal were tooth and nail. They had to have Declan Rice. Man City had Rodri, right? Man City didn't need to go, right, this is our everything. We got to chuck all our money at it. But you're talking like Man United or Tottenham. The way you're talking is that like we're Man United are massive, mate.
No, that's fine. It's just when you ask me for examples of mercenaries, in my opinion, that's the sort of club that I would pinpoint. And again, because the best players go to, the best clubs, the most successful clubs in the current era. So when some of these Man United players that are supposedly some of the best in the world still going to Man United, I find that a little bit.
But also, can I just say something, Savva? Also,
yeah, one second, Danny. But Benji, you can only go if a club needs you or wants to buy you at the time and the circumstance, right? You've got to remember as well, Cunha and Mbeumo, really good footballers, right? I really like both of them. Would love them both for Spurs. But I wouldn't put Cunha and Mbeumo in the world-class category that could just pick Real Madrid or Bayern Munich. I don't put them in that category of footballer. So Man United, bearing in mind, both of them have gone from Bournemouth and Wolves, right? Man United compared to Bournemouth and Wolves, that is fucking huge, right? So are they mercenaries or are they footballers with ambition that have gone, shit, one of the biggest clubs in the country, in the world, has come in for me. I currently play for Wolves, who are getting relegated, and I currently play for Bournemouth, who sell their best players every year. Like,
I'm naturally assuming there were other clubs that were looking at these types of players, is all I'm trying to say.
But no one wanted to pay the money that Mbeumo, that Bournemouth wanted for Brentford wanted for Mbeumo, right? They paid nearly £80 million. That's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. It was like, wasn't it like 77 million or something like that?
Something like 70 or something, yeah.
With like
do you think I'm just butthurt that Mbeumo picked Man United over Tottenham? Is that what you think it is?
He didn't pick Man U over Tottenham. We didn't bid for him.
Yeah, we never went in for him.
I heard different. Apparently, we were very much interested, and Frank really wanted him, apparently.
Right, but Benji, I always have this conversation with you and Danny. There's a very big difference between Spurs being interested and then the process between interested and bidding, right?
Spurs are interested in every player.
If Spurs go to his agent,
whole club, yeah.
If Spurs have gone to his agent and go, Mbeumo, we want Mbeumo, and his agent turns around and says, sorry, guys, he's Man United bound. He loves Man United. He wants to go Man United. That's the end of the conversation. Yeah. Spurs don't bid, right? And I see a lot of this around the internet of people go, like, I hear it now, people going, Van der Ven picked Spurs over Liverpool. I don't ever remember Liverpool.
No, Liverpool never went in for him. The actual story about that was Liverpool didn't want to go for him because they didn't value him at that time as what Wolfsburg wanted for him in terms of the transfer fee. And I think I remember something about Klopp saying that he didn't feel that he wanted him at this stage. So that could be a mistake on his part, because maybe then again, managers can make mistakes on players. Just it's human. It's humans, right? Look at what happened with Cristiano Ronaldo. The amount of times that Arsene Wenger cries about, oh, he should have been an Arsenal player. He should have been an Arsenal player. We didn't take the chance. Well, yeah, you didn't take the chance. That's your fault, mate. You decided not to go for Ronaldo.
That's where I've got. He went to United. Spurs. Because, listen, if we got Van der Ven and Liverpool wanted him, it's just smart scouting from us to
I'll give you an example, Benji. Like,
did they want him?
I'll give you an example.
Let me finish.
Can I just say one point, Benji? One point, right? Remember Gascoigne, right?
Yes.
Gascoigne, Ferguson wanted, was it? Correct me if I'm wrong, Sav, but Ferguson wanted Gaza, right?
Yeah.
He wanted and Ferguson has come out and said it's one of his biggest regrets was not getting Gaza. Why do you think he chose Tottenham? The reason he chose Tottenham was because Tottenham showed him and his family more that they wanted him. And they did get him because they bought Gaza's parents a house. And at the time, that was like insane. Like for a football club to go and buy a football player's parents a house to show him how much they wanted him. That's why Gaza signed for Spurs.
Sister a car, I believe. I think
something like that, right?
Or something.
That's exactly it. It's just about how much the club want the player.
And United weren't United then. You got to remember. So this was 1988, right?
Yes.
So this is before before the dominance of Man United in football.
Yeah.
But the point is this: like I see this in the summer, right? I saw this in the summer where people going, well, we'd be more attractive than Man United because we just won the Europa League. And I think, again, there's a very big difference between the fans thinking that versus players and agents. Players and agents won't just look at 1 year and go,
no. If we were under the
won a trophy, they're going to look and go.
Savva, if we were under the Poch era, right, and we were like competing top 3 every season, and Man United were where they are right now, I guarantee Spurs players will want to come to Spurs more because
absolutely.
That's a different conversation.
And this all goes back to, doesn't it? When Spurs were very, very, very attractive in the Poch era where we had top players in the 11 finishing in the top 4 every year for 4 years, that was the moment where you can turn around to these players and go, come and join what we're doing.
Yeah, look at the players you're going to play with. Son, Ericsson, Kane, Dembele.
Everyone thinks that a Europa League win where we've papered over the cracks makes us suddenly more attractive than Man United, than Chelsea, than Arsenal. But Spurs fans in the summer going, we won a trophy, Arsenal haven't. Yeah, but where are you going if you're offered, Arsenal or Spurs? Again, take your Spurs hat off. Where are you going? You're going to Arsenal, right? Forget that they might bottle the league. Forget that you might not rate Arteta. Where are you going? Are you going to go and play with Declan Rice, Bukayo Saka, Saliba, Gabriel, Timber, or are you going to go and play with the players that Spurs have put together, right? And as fans, I know we hate saying it, but this is why it's so much more than wages. And this goes back full circle to when we're talking about players being mercenaries, all of the big clubs pay big money. They all pay big money. These players aren't mercenaries. If Erling Haaland leaves right now, Benji, let me ask this question. If Erling Haaland leaves Man United right now, he's on £500,000 a year, right? Now, if Erling Haaland had the choice right now to go to Real Madrid on 600 grand a week or to Saudi for 1 million a week, where do you think Erling Haaland goes?
I mean, it's player preference, but you would assume Real Madrid, right?
Okay, even though it's 400 grand less a week than Saudi.
It very much depends on the player because not every player is looking for success. There are a lot of players that have gone to Saudi that were good players that just wanted the money. So
good,
it does
none
exist.
Of the great ones. Yeah, good, but none of the. Can we name a top player that's gone to Saudi in their peak? Right, and this is the point. So, for example, this summer, if an Adam Wharton, if Adam Wharton, I'm not saying he's a top, but if Adam Wharton went to Saudi over Chelsea or Liverpool or Spurs, whatever, you have prioritized money over your career. And,
I'll give an example of a player, Savva, right? In the recent years, Osimhen was offered a lot more money in Saudi than he was at Galatasaray, but he went to Galatasaray because the money was still unbelievable. But he could still,
a week.
Yeah, but he could still play Champions League football, which is what he wanted, which is exactly why he went to Galatasaray and not taken even more money in Saudi.
See, but this is the point. If you can find me a player at the peak of their powers. So, for example, if Vinicius Jr. right now, forget what's happened with him this week. If Vinicius Jr. right now, one of the most highly rated footballers in the world, playing for Real Madrid, I think he's what, 25?
I
might
think
have
he's
made
overrated.
20, yeah, sure, but he's still one of the top rated players in world football, right, Danny?
Yeah.
If he left Real Madrid to go to Saudi, I turn around and go, that is a player now that has got, that is a mercenary, because you should be playing for one of the biggest clubs in the world. But for me, the people that go out to Saudi will be either at the end of their career, right? Or they're not at that top level. So when we're talking about mercenaries, let me throw this back, Benji. So Mbeumo's a mercenary for going to Man United for 250 grand a week. If he is on that.
Until I found out he was a massive Man United supporter, I believe so, yeah.
Okay, cool. So in the same sentence, you are advocating that Tottenham Hotspur should be paying those big wages to match those clubs. So would he be a mercenary if he joined Tottenham for 250 grand a week?
But I don't necessarily care that there are mercenaries. The point I'm trying to make is we need to be buying those types of players. And the very fact that we scouted him and Semenyo before all this big kerfuffle happened where people wanted to sign these players,
So you want mercenaries at the club? So we now want Spurs to buy mercenaries.
I never said there was anything wrong with mercenaries. I just said I believe there's more of them.
I'm just okay, but so far you haven't been able to tell me who any of them are, really. Like, other than the Saudi lot, I haven't really seen.
I've given you two examples. I've given you, I believe, personal opinion, a lot of Man United players that go there are semi-mercenaries because they've not been the most successful club in many, many years now. They've been just as bad as Spurs in terms of being a bit of a laughing stock. And yes, again, the players that have gone to Saudi. Look at Neves.
That's not true, Benji. They've won 6 honours in 10 years.
Let me press you on it then. So if it's not the wage structure, which I'm convinced by, and by all accounts I've been shown evidence from Angepostecoglou.
But that's not evidence, is it?
It is because. Evidence. So who am I going to? What do you mean that's not evidence? Explain to me how you think that's not evidence.
Okay, so I'll explain to you the evidence. The evidence is we are the 6th highest paying wage. We pay the 6th highest wages in the Premier League. Right? But we're not the 6th best team in the Premier League. So if it's all about wages, why are we not as good as Villa? Why are we not as good as Newcastle? And I use them because
we spread our wages, and clearly that's not very intelligent. What we've not done is gone and bought better quality players for higher wages. We've paid the lesser players at our club more, which makes no sense. So, yeah, fine, you're right at that point, but we still won't go and pay the big wages to better quality players. We've got two players on 195 a week. They are our top earners. We're supposed to be challenging for.
So we've got 4 or 5 players on more money than Villa or Newcastle have one player on, right? So when you're saying we don't pay the wages, that's not true. We do pay the wages. What we don't do is we don't pay the wages of the big 5. Right.
So is Ange lying in your eyes then?
No. But he's talking about one summer. He's talking about one summer window, but he's also failing to leave out that those players aren't just guaranteed to join Tottenham. Other clubs want them. So when he says, I want Pedro Neto, who else wanted Pedro Neto that summer?
Yeah.
Right. So when he's going, I wanted this player. Sure.
How many people wanted Mbeumo and Semenyo at that time?
Sure, but are we really to believe? We're really to believe that at that time we could not pay Mbeumo or Semenyo's wages from what
this is what the manager of the football club has come out and said. Yes.
Sure. Okay, so for that one summer, right? Let's take Ange at face value.
It's hard to believe your theory over a man's fact.
Okay.
And I mean no disrespect when I say that.
Benji, you're not listening to what I'm saying, though. It's not a theory. Listen to what I'm saying. The summer before, we paid James Maddison how much?
170, 160.
But you're telling me the summer after, we can't afford to pay...
Yeah, but the club may not deem these players that we were looking at worthy of paying whatever they were asking for. And that is a problem.
Okay, so for that one summer, then what did we do the next summer?
Go on.
You're talking about one summer. That's my point here. I'm saying if we're going to take Ange at face value for one summer, fine. but that doesn't tell the bigger picture. The bigger picture is we have paid big wages to players. How much money did we pay to Timo? So that summer, right? That summer, we gave Timo Werner 165 grand a week.
Don't bring that up, Sav, please.
No, because you're saying we won't pay the wages. We gave Timo Werner 165 grand a week, right? Which is more money than any Newcastle or Villa player is on. And I use them because they are the two that scout properly and have bucked the trend with the big four, big five. They are the ones that have been going in and out of that top four the last 3-4 years between them, bucking that trend. Right? This comes down to scouting. We are never going to get the same players that Arsenal, City, and Liverpool want while we're in this mess. Right? Neither will Newcastle and Villa. But what Newcastle and Villa have done is built properly. Right? How much wages have they paid Onana? What did they pay Tielemans? What did they give Morgan Rogers? What have they paid Ollie Watkins? What did they pay Emi Martinez? So when we're saying it's just about the wages, the question I'm throwing at you, which I'm waiting for the answer to, is then why are Villa and Newcastle, who pay less than us, better run than us, higher up the table than us, competing for more than us, have better squad than us? Why? If it's all about wages, why?
Because I'm convinced that, by and large, a lot of these playing squads that we've had aren't necessarily down to the manager. I do not find it so hard to believe that the club only deems certain players worth paying the wages for. I mean, again...
That didn't answer my question, Benji. You have not answered my question in any way, shape or form. I'm asking, why are those two clubs? This is a direct question. Why are Villa and Newcastle, for the last 4 years where we've been an absolute shit show, right? Why are those two clubs, I'm not saying they haven't had ups and downs, but in general, they're there or thereabouts. Why have they been able to put a very good squad together, right? With good players that aren't the best players in the world or the best players in their positions. Why have they been able to do it with less wages than what we offer if it's all about just upping wages?
No, sure. Clearly that they've scouted better than us, but just correct me if I'm not mistaken, aren't Aston Villa in a lot of trouble with their wages at the moment?
Aston Villa had a high wage to turnover last year. They had one of the highest wages to turnover last year. Some of the things they've had to do to combat that is they had to sell players like Ramsey to Newcastle, which makes profit, right? Which makes huge profit on the PSR. But whether they have or not, that doesn't answer my question. So if Aston Villa are in huge trouble with their wages, which are nowhere near our wages, my question again is this, right? My question again is this. If it's all about the wages, why, other than the big five, are we the only club with 4 to 5 players above the 150 grand mark? If it's all about wages, why are we not above Villa? Why are we not above Newcastle? Why are we not above these clubs if it's only about wages? Because you know what's happened, Benji, and I'll rant here. Again, a manager comes out, right? A manager like Ange comes out with a soundbite. Everyone jumps on it that must be the only thing wrong, right? The only
Aston Villa, wow, they have got at least 6 players over £140,000 a week. Their wage structure is actually insane. I think there's at least 10 there that are over 100,000. I don't think Spurs are anywhere near that, are they? 10 players over 100,000.
No.
Hang on.
Right. So, and I'm just going to say this: players like Emi Martinez. What do you mean? You want me to tell you the players that are over? Pau Torres, 100 grand. Matson, 100 grand.
No. I'm not talking about 100 grand. 100 grand's nothing. I'm talking about the big wages. The big wages.
So overall, what would you deem? Hold on. What would you deem a big wage? Over 135? Over 140?
Well, here you go. I've got Aston Villa's wages here, right?
I'm looking at the same,
other than Jadon Sancho, who's on loan. They've got no one over 150 grand a week. We have about 5 or
but
6.
They've got better quality players on big money there. Your
Well,
Onana,
basically,
your
Benji, what you're
Rodgers,
saying
Kamaras,
is
your
what you're
Martinez.
saying, Benji, is overall they have a higher wage structure.
Absolutely, that's why they're in so much trouble
That's what
with
you're
it.
saying.
But they've got better quality players than we do,
But we still pay more money than they do a year on our squad and salaries.
which is absolutely insane and quite shameful that we pay such terrible players.
Yeah, but that completely negates your point of it's all about upping the wage structure. So what Aston Villa have done is,
But because I believe
what Aston Villa have done is they found the level of player they want to buy and bought well, right? What Spurs haven't done is that, which is what I said for years. Scouting. Again, we can pay all of those players that Aston Villa can pay. We can pay all of them. There's not one of those players we can't buy. I'll bring it up. I'll show you.
Well, can I ask you, would you put Semenyo and Mbeumo on the same level as those sorts of players? And the reason why I ask this is pretty simple. Again, I'll go on, let me have a quick look at this. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. No, look, Villa have scouted very well. Clearly, they've got some great players here, some great players. I think Rodgers came from the Championship, am I right? Something along them lines.
Yeah, Rodgers came from Middlesbrough.
But the fact is, look at their wage. Look at the difference between them and Spurs and the types of players they've gone and brought. So when I say we need, hold on, let me. When I say we should be upping the wages, in the last 10 years, we've had the opportunities to get the bigger players. And for some reason, we will not go past a certain point. And the very fact that we were looking at Semenyo and we were looking at Mbeumo at a time I believe we could have got them, I just think perhaps the club didn't think that. I think the club didn't deem them worthy paying whatever wages they were asking for at the time.
I'll come back to that. But Benji, you've just said two very different things in one sentence. You've said two very different things. And this is what Danny mentioned earlier. You've mentioned about Spurs have been in a position to buy the very top players. First of all, when? I don't know when we've been in that position at all. Second of all, you then mentioned the relevant thing, which is getting the players before they're the big players, which is what Danny mentioned earlier.
And Postecoglou wanted to do that. And look what happened. He got Solanke and 3 fucking teenagers.
You're saying Postecoglou wanted to do that. Didn't Frank want to do that? Didn't Conte want to do that? They all wanted to do that after the fact, right? They all wanted to do that after the fact. But just because Ange wanted those players doesn't mean those players would have automatically picked Spurs. He wanted Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto wanted Chelsea, right?
But you're cherry picking Pedro Neto. You're not cherry picking the one that there was no noise around.
No, hang on. I haven't finished my sentence.
Sure,
right? Now, can you go and get Mbeumo and Semenyo? At that time, I believe you can, right? I believe that you absolutely can. But at that time, the same thing is Spurs fans would have been going, what? Who? Because at that time, Benji, Mbeumo and Semenyo weren't doing what they've done the last 2 years, right?
And he did the same to Van der Ven.
Hang on, but this is the point. So Spurs fans, we can say in hindsight, he wanted them. Easy to pick that now because they've gone on to do really well. But what about the other players he got at that same level that he hasn't done anything with, right? This is when you're saying I'm cherry picking, I'm just trying to use examples. Guehi, he said he wanted Guehi. How much is Guehi going to cost from Palace 2 years ago? Guehi would have been, Spurs bid for Guehi, didn't we? Didn't we bid 70 million for Guehi and got told
in the last
no?
minutes? Yeah, we did.
Right. So this is why it's not always as black and white as people make it. So when I look at these salaries, right, there's not a single player there we couldn't have got. But we didn't. But now if I look at Spurs salaries, right, okay, we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 over 100 grand a week. But look how much money those top ones are getting paid compared to Aston Villa's. Right? So when we're talking about it's just up in the salary, what you've got to remember, we're now, and again, Sean always says this, and I always back him with this. we're now in a position where when you start paying over 200 grand a week for a player, you're now talking about the top players. How many of them are picking us over the big clubs if they come in for them? And this is why Danny said this at the beginning of the show. It's about timing. It's about timing. So, for example, if Adam Wharton becomes available on the market in the summer, if we're the only club in for him, damn right, get him. If we go in, so do Chelsea, so do City, so do Arsenal. We don't get him, right? That's life. Doesn't matter if you throw 100 grand at him more a week. He's not joining us over Arsenal or Liverpool or City, is he?
So okay, fine. So where do you stand on what Ange said then? When he said, you know, I wanted these players, they wouldn't pay the wages. Where do you stand on that? I think
Ange says a lot, and I think that summer, I don't necessarily disagree with him, but that summer felt like the one summer where they dropped the wages a bit because they only went for younger players. I'm not doubting that. I also don't believe that just because he said he wanted all four of them, that he just rocks up and gets all four of them. I think you could have this conversation with AVB, who said he wanted, I think, Moutinho, right? And Hulk.
A lot of our managers, to be
fair. Every manager can say this. Doesn't necessarily mean that all those players naturally just want to join Tottenham because the manager has said so. So I'm not making Ange wrong, but you've got two examples. I think you've got four different examples. Right then, Neto, you're not getting him over Chelsea. Guehi would have been a massive transfer fee, and could have got him, but it would have been a massive transfer fee. The other two are the two where I would be very interested to see how Spurs fans, I don't know if Danny agrees with me on this, if 2 years ago, if we had tried to sign Mbeumo, who had never had a really good year in the Premier League, right? Or Semenyo, who hadn't had a really good year in the Premier League, if we had gone and got them now, I'd be really interested to see how much of this is hindsight versus what would fans have made of signing those players at that time.
Oh, yeah. It's hindsight, of course.
Hindsight. At that time, those players hadn't done anything in the Premier League, had they?
I think Mbeumo had a fairly good Premier League campaign. I think I can't remember. He got under 10 goals, but he got a decent amount of goals and assists. He just kept getting better and better every year. I think it was.
So we're talking
which is a model we're supposed to stick to, apparently. But
we're talking.
But no one expected Semenyo to get to the height
season, right?
No, sure, but you've got to put that on a manager, though, Dan, because clearly he's seen something no one else has. And if the manager wants those players,
also, Benji, we've got to also add into the fact. Like, I'm just being devil's advocate here, but managers lie. All managers lie. And saying, "Oh, we could have got Semenyo 2 years ago." He's saying that now in hindsight, right? Because it makes him look better. That saying, "Oh, like, my opinion is, I think that's maybe a bit of bullshit from Ange because he was a bullshit master. Let's be honest.
It's somewhere in the middle, Danny. Right? I reckon.
Somewhere. Yeah. Probably
interesting. Okay.
Because like, would he have said that 2 years ago when Semenyo wasn't the player that we're seeing right now, like the best winger in the Premier League by a mile?
Well, Mbeumo, that season before. So we're talking about the summer of the 24-25 season, right? So not this summer gone, the summer before, right? Mbeumo had 9 goals, right? Yeah, so 9 goals. Good. So again, it was okay, right?
It's good.
Semenyo,
that's good for a winger.
Semenyo in that season had 8 goals. Now, I like both players. I would have loved Spurs to have signed both. This isn't about the quality of the players. But this is why hindsight is really amazing. Because if Spurs had gone and bought them at that stage, fans would have gone, "Oh, these aren't needle movers. Who are they? You've just bought 2 wingers that have had 1 decent..."
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because look at Van der Ven. We did the same thing. We wanted Taps over.
Hang on.
The same thing happened. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
But it's not. But it's not irrelevant, Benji, because we can all say this 2 years down the line. It's fine, but at the time, no one was saying it. I don't remember any fan 2 years ago asking for Mbeumo or Semenyo. I remember people asking for them this summer. Even this summer, Benji. even this summer, Danny, we did shows together where in the chat, people were going, people were saying, oh, they want 70 million for Mbeumo and 70 million for Semenyo. And fans were going, Mbeumo and Semenyo, they don't move the needle, right? But both of them had amazing starts. Sorry, Semenyo had an amazing start to this season, and everyone went, Spurs should have got him. Like, okay. No one was saying that 2 years ago. And it's funny because Pedro Neto, right? When Pedro Neto went to Chelsea, everyone told me, he's shit, injury prone, hasn't had a great first season. Now, Ange wanted him though. And if Ange had got him, hang on, Ange got who he wanted. Ange got Brennan Johnson, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he did. So, he did want Brennan Johnson. That's true.
I feel a lot of this is, I think,
19 goal a season superstar that Brennan Johnson was. Good Lord.
What shit player.
I think a lot of people, I think this is called Monday morning quarterback, right? We could turn around and say, yeah, Conte wanted Bastoni. Brilliant. We knew Bastoni wasn't joining.
What's Brennan Johnson done at Crystal Palace, by the way?
Oh, God, he's awful. He's terrible.
He's fucking useless. I can't. Honestly, the fact that there's still Spurs fans saying, "Oh, we shouldn't have sold Brennan Johnson in the January window," is beyond ridiculous. The guy was fucking useless. He was crap. Thank you very much, Brennan Johnson, for scoring the goal in the final, which probably wasn't your goal, right? And for doing what you did to help us last season, but. Let's be honest, we finished 17th in the league with 22 defeats. He was shocking.
Danny, can I tell you, right? This all goes back to something I said at the beginning of the show, right? It was a different subject, but the same rule applies. I said, for example, people will look at Igor Tudor. They'll look at his first interview the other day. They will pick out the bits they like from his interview and go, that's what I want to hear from my manager, right?
All scripted.
They pick out those bits. Same way with Ange, everyone now who loves him picks out the comment of, I always win in my second season. But they conveniently ignore all of the other things that he said. We're going to challenge. I like my squad. I wanted to go down this route with signing the kit. I don't want to buy leaders. I want to create. All of those things get ignored. And then the problem is, no, Stanley. And then the problem is, then when he comes out after the fact and says something, we all go, oh, but look, this is the same with Conte. By the way, this is all managers. This is the same with Conte. Conte comes out after that summer and he's very happy with our business, very happy with the squad we've got to compete.
Yeah, but he has to say that though, doesn't he?
Okay, but Benji, but that's the point, right? This is why when people call managers yes men, I don't go along with it. It doesn't mean anything. Managers have to say what managers have to... Stanley? Managers have to say what managers have to say during their time at a club, which is why when people say they're a yes man, it doesn't make any sense. When the managers leave, isn't it funny how they all say something very different? They all start saying something different when they've left. Tim Sherwood, AVB, Pochs, Mourinho, Conte, Nuno said he wasn't given what.
But they're no longer under obligation to.
Okay, but this is the point. So I take all of what these managers say when they're in the job and out of the job with a pinch of salt. So Ange going on to the overlap, right, is self-preservation for me because this is a manager that's been sacked from Tottenham. Then goes to Forest and gets sacked within 8 games, then goes on to the overlap. And what's happened, Benji, with a lot of our fans is now he's a hero because he's mentioned how badly the club is run and wait. We knew all this before. I didn't need Ange Postecoglou to go on the overlap to tell me how shit Spurs were run.
It's just confirming suspicions because we actually have not a great
Conte's done it, Sherwood's done it, Joe's they've all done it.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? Absolutely.
So it's self-preservation for me. Now, that doesn't mean I think that Ange Postecoglou is wrong in a lot of what he's saying. But people are watching the overlap going, can you believe what he said? Yes. Yes, I can absolutely believe that this is the way Tottenham Hotspur are run. But when you give the media so many sound bites, all the managers, by the way, they're interviewed every day. How can I just believe this one thing you say, but then I don't believe the other thing you say? I'm really happy with my squad. Then a year later, when you're not in the job, I didn't want that. I wanted this. Sure.
Yeah.
But at the time,
the only one who told the truth was Conte. When Jed Spence signed, it was a club signing. Yeah, it wasn't my signing. Like Conte was the only manager who stood up for what he believed in, and in the end, he got sacked. So he got a win-win. Conte's a genius. He's an absolute genius, mate.
Conte
He knew what he was doing. He was brilliant. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. He took the piss out of Spurs.
But no. So hang on, dude. By the way, again, it is a really important for the function of the body. No one said Ange is lying that he wanted those players. No one said that. No one said that. There's a difference between a manager saying he wants the players and the ability to get the player. As I said, Guehi, for me at the time, would have been a very difficult one to do because of salary, because of transfer fee. And I think other clubs might have wanted him as well if they had known he was available in the market. Same with Neto. Semenyo and Mbeumo, though, no excuses at the time. If you want those players, I don't believe they would have been on massive wages and should have been able to get them. So no one's saying he's lying, but I would have liked, in those interviews, I would have liked somebody to ask the question, why did you lose 26 games? Why did you never move away from your high line? Why did you never try to... But what they've done is they've focused on the club. I get it, and we all love to see it because we hate the way the club's run. But these people come out of it looking all innocent and rosy. They'll do the same with Frank. You watch, in 6 months to a year, Thomas Frank will give some sort of an interview to somebody where you start hearing about the transfer window he was promised versus the transfer window he got, right? And then we'll all go, depending on if you like Frank or not, will depend on how much you want to believe him, right? Human nature.
The thing is with Frank, the funny thing is, right, for me, I feel like out of all the managers we've had, we actually had in that one window, and I know it wasn't enough, I know, but I feel like the players we got in under Frank were the best quality players we've probably brought in terms of being able to bring in sort of 4 players that walk straight into that first 11. So for me, I feel like
I agree with that, Benji.
But they were worse than the 4 players they replaced, right? This is the point, Benji.
Yeah, that's true.
I said this in the summer, right? If Tottenham,
it's reactionary. It's not proactive.
Absolutely.
Let's just assume in the summer, Son had stayed, Maddison and Kulu weren't injured, right?
Oh yeah, and then you brought them in,
right? Then you go and buy in 4 first-team players.
Quality.
You're cooking, right?
Yeah,
what Spurs did was go right.
Madison's out, so we need to bring someone in.
Madison's out. Simmons, right? Oh, Solanke's gone out for 6 months. Mawani on loan.
But also, Savva, do you know what the funny thing is? Last season, fans seem to forget a couple of points, which I love to remind fans about. Last season, the amount of times I heard fans talking about how exposed we were in the midfield, like how bad we were, right? Because we had 4 midfielders. We had 2 kids and a Bentancur, and so we had Sarr, Bergvall, Bentancur, and who's the other midfielder? Basuma, right? And Gray, who never played in midfield last season. He hardly, I think, played 1 game.
Yeah, so we had 4 centre mids.
We had 4 centre mids, right? Yeah. Compared to the season before, where we had actually a lot more midfielders, right? Even though we might have not utilized them as much, we still had more senior pros, like we said earlier on. People forget the fact that we got opened up so much in the midfield, and we look like, and that's why everyone was calling for someone like Paulinho last year, right? Because we saw how much of a gaping hole there was in midfield. Right, but what also fans like to forget is that when Maddison didn't play, our creativity was nearly non-existent, right? And people forget this so much because fans are fickle, right? They want to talk about how Frank was not creative, but let's be fucking real, right? I remember how many times last season when Maddison did not play, every Spurs fan, every YouTuber was like, we can't create. Why? Well, no shit, Sherlock. Our fucking creator's injured and we have no other option. because when Kulusevski wasn't doing it and Maddison wasn't doing it, we had no one else on the bench. So we fell into the same problems this year because we didn't add to the squad. We just replaced what was injured.
We didn't add depth. You think
that was the problem.
Tudor came in for Kulu, who's out for the year. Simmons came in for Maddison, who's out for the year. Mawani on loan came in for Solanke, who was out for 6 months. The only one they brought in to fill a position that we needed was a loan. Paulinho alone. So again,
and we might not even sign him.
So when
we talk about that for a moment, please? Give me the level of him. Jeez.
When people are saying we bought in 4 players, but we lost players, right? We bought in players who weren't the same skill set. So you didn't replace the goals. And secondly, we didn't address the need for depth for European football. And the worrying thing for me about all of this is we had the biggest example last year. We had the biggest case study ever to show us, shit, we're in Europe. We couldn't cope in both competitions, right? This is what happened. Right, let's make sure we don't have that mistake again this summer. They knew Son was going. Nothing. They knew that Maddison and Kulu were out for a year, right? They knew. Kulu had a problem with a patella. That's not something that you come back from in 3 to 6 months. They knew Maddison had the ACL and was out for the year. So instead of going, right, let's go and buy 6, 7, 8 bodies so that we can really build the squad, they didn't. They bought in 4. Mawani was a panic, and everyone went, yeah, really good that window. All 4 walked straight into the 11. Well, when everyone's fit, no, they don't all walk straight into that 11. Because when everyone's fit, Solanke's better than Mawani, believe it or not, right? Yeah. When everyone's fit, I'm still picking James Maddison over Simmons at the moment. Doesn't mean they can't play together. Facts. Right? So when we're talking about this great window, and again, it's because we'd had so many shit windows that everyone went overboard on this window where 2 of them were loans.
Look, I'll admit, Savva, I said it's the best window I've seen in terms of quality.
Absolutely.
Right? Because of the shit windows. But the same thing can be right by saying that we didn't actually add to the squad. All we did was replace. Right? 100%. So the 2 things can be right. And I think this is where the fans like to do this like point game.
One or the other.
Oh, yeah, one or the other. But 2 things are right. That for me, that was I said that.
I like Kudus. I like Simmons. Right?
I even like Mawani at the time. I'm not going to lie. I like Mawani at the time as well.
Yeah, but I like those 3. I want to see 3 players like that added to the squad when it's fit. I don't want to see that, they've come in because we're replacing injured football.
Yeah.
And so again, for example,
Gallagher was signed because we lost Bentancur.
Right. Exactly.
Ridiculous.
So this summer, what I want to see is us go out immediately and go, right, we need a top left winger. We need a ball playing midfielder. We need another attacking midfielder. Go out and add to the squad rather than saying, oh, well, we're going to sell 4 and bring in 4. Add to the squad. Add to the squad. Stop buying in these kids and add to the squad. Danny, you know I'm not lying. I said this in the summer. I was underwhelmed that we had all summer, knowing we had Champions League, and 2 of those players were bought in the last 4 days. 1 was a loan. And of the 4 players bought this summer, 2 were loans. How can you plan as a football club when 2 of your 4 signings are loans?
Yeah.
City don't do it. Chelsea don't do it. Arsenal don't do it. Liverpool don't do it. Newcastle
when do you see those clubs actually loaning players? They don't. It's true. We loan players constantly because we don't know what we're doing. We don't know. Look, we've been loaning players since the long gap, Clement long gap for Bastoni. And then for 2 years we had Longley, didn't we? Was it for 2 years we had him, or was it 1 year?
You look, Longley, Timo Werner, now Paulinho, Mawani. The only loan I can think that Arsenal have done is with an obligation to buy, isn't it? With him happy.
Hold on. There was another one from Real Madrid. I cannot think of the boy's name.
Odegaard, and they signed him.
No, there was
They
someone
loaned
else. Well,
they loaned
someone else from
Odegaard
Real Madrid
for
as well.
half a season, and then they signed him in the summer when they signed him.
No, there was
Not
somebody else
last
that
year,
they
a
loaned.
couple of years back.
But you see my point, right, guys? Like, how can you? And again, this isn't about Frank versus Ange. This is about Tottenham. How can you build as a football club when 2 of your 4 summer signings aren't even on obligations to buy? They are loans, right? So we go on, build a team. Well, hang on, is this guy going to be here for a year, or is he here for 3 years? Is he like? We're so bad at it. And that is why I said it was a very neglectful summer transfer window, an even more neglectful January window. And yet we still want to focus more on Ange and Frank than we actually do on how the football club is run. And now Igor Tudor's got these plans.
But then when Ange comes out and says something about that, we're then questioning him.
No, hang on. But what has he actually come out and said? He said what every other manager is, I wanted XYZ. AVB came out and said, I wanted XYZ. Harry Redknapp came out and said, I wanted XYZ. When no one's questioning him. These managers can want players, Benji, but that doesn't suddenly mean all of a sudden we're amazing. From all the players he mentioned, from all the players Ange mentioned, do any of them solve his 2 at the back playing on the halfway line style of play?
Not particularly, no.
Right. So, sure, you wanted those players. I don't doubt that. I'm sorry you didn't get them. Welcome to being a Spurs manager. That's the kind of the crux of it. But again, Ange doing what he's doing at the moment on the overlap is kind of, again, opening up. Oh, and, suddenly now I'm seeing people, the revisionism about how good or bad Ange was has suddenly changed in people's opinions because of the overlap. This is still the same man that lost 22 Premier League games of football, right? So brilliant. Come to the party, say what you need to say, but not one part of me looks and says, oh, I feel sorry for you.
Oh.
Thomas Frank can do an interview, right? Thomas Frank, and we'll still go, well, sorry, mate, you left us 16th in the Premier League. So look, I just think we need to get to the point where as fans, we realize how badly the club is run. And we won't, because we will have another summer this summer where it's underwhelming or it's just falls short of what we need. And fans again will go, yeah, but it's the best we've done for, it's what we do. It's what we do. No one's taking into account that Xavi Simons needs a year to settle. They just think he's going to replace Maddison like that. Doesn't matter if we like him. I love him as a player. But we've all assumed he's just going to pick up James Maddison, who's a seasoned... James Maddison is one of the best playmakers in the country, right? Don't take my word for it. There you go. This is James Maddison. Look at those stats.
Yeah.
Right? But we've all assumed, but we bought Xavi Simons. It doesn't mean he's going to hit the ground running. But again, because we've got no planning, what Spurs should have done if we were any good, what we should have done is last year bring in a player like Xavi Simons to play with Maddison, to rotate with Maddison. But we don't do that. We only ever replace.
So in your opinion, if it's not necessarily the wage structure, if it's not necessarily the fact that because look, we've been one of the highest spenders in Premier League history, right? Am I right in saying that? I'm pretty sure. Right. So if it's not those 2 factors, then Sav, what is it? In your opinion?
The whole club has no plan, mate. There is no plan. There is no structure. There is no direction. And if you do not have a roadmap as to where you are today versus where you want to be in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, none of this means anything. So we float from manager to manager, to director of football to director of football, because there's no aligned strategy. When you look at Arsenal for 6 years now, forget whether they win the league or not. I don't give a shit. It's not my club. Arsenal have had a clear, defined strategy now for 6 years as to what they want to do under Arteta and where they want to go. Aston Villa right now have a clear, defined strategy, what they want to do with Emery. Now, whether they can take that further, obviously, because of PSR and money.
Do you think it's a matter of trusting managers from a club standpoint?
It's bigger than the manager. It's bigger than the manager.
Because the managers you're talking about, I feel like have a lot of control. Your Emery's, your Artetas.
Sure, but you've got to have above. You've got to have something solid that you work with. You've got to have a plan. So I've always said, if you get a Ralph Rangnick, for example, if Ralph Rangnick comes into Tottenham right now and we say, right, you have got, not as the manager, as the director of football, you have got 5 years to remold this club, structure this club, right? I trust Ralph Rangnick, give him 5 years, will structure this football club, put a philosophy in place, make the scouting good, make the pathway good, and we go, yeah. But Spurs float from manager to director of football to director of football. Now new owners, new board members. The change and the churn at the top is constant, that you've got no set pathway. Look at Newcastle. Newcastle now, again, the owners have come in, they've trusted Eddie Howe, they've had a process, it's working, they're doing their thing. Now, can they take that to compete with the big boys? Well, it's very difficult because Newcastle don't have the pull that Man United, Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea.
And they're massively hamstrung by PSR as well, so it's not an easy thing to have to deal with. You
said you don't like Ange, so you're a little biased. Other managers don't contain the worst, but you're mentioning Ange so much more. Sorry, Ellie, I don't want to call you out because I love you to bits, but I'm mentioning Ange because he's the manager on the overlap this morning. And if you actually listen...
Come on, Ellie.
Sorry, didn't back me up, guys. Didn't I literally just sit there and say AVB did it, Conte did it, Pochs did it, Sherwood did it? So, Ellie, that's not true. I'm mentioning Ange because he's in the news this morning for being on the overlap.
Also,
so there's no bias at all. I am ending the show in 2 minutes, by the way, guys. So I just
want to say as well, actually, that the only time
I'll leave you guys running it. I've got a call at 15:15. I'll leave you guys if you're all right for 20 minutes.
Yeah. Dan, you good with it?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm just recovering, coming back from the osteopath, mate. I've been flicked right up.
Yeah, we'll leave it running, Sav. Yeah, no problem.
Cool.
I was going to say actually that I don't think Tottenham have ever had a plan, and the only time we looked like we actually had a plan, but we actually didn't. It was kind of just going with the wind. Was when we had Paul Mitchell and Pochs, right? That was the only time we had an element of a plan. But again, the plan didn't go to plan because you had other people like Daniel Levy stopping what they wanted to do, right? Which is why Paul Mitchell ended up leaving the club, and then him actually saying his dream job was turned into a nightmare. That was the famous quotes from Paul Mitchell after he left the club, because that was the one time we actually had a sense of direction of where we were going as a football club and a vision, right? But the powers that be didn't want to follow what the manager and what the director of football wanted, which is why it all fell apart, right? And this is why I don't think we've ever had a plan. And until we have a plan, right, of where we want to be as a football club, we're just going to keep doing the same thing. Like, and I've been saying this for like the last, 7, 8, 9 years. Like, it's just going to keep happening. Like, we're going to be sitting here in 18 months' time, and Poch is going to be sacked, and we're going to be sitting here saying, "Oh, the players, not the players' fault. The players don't like the manager."
Danny, let me go for a few minutes before I bugger off for 20. I've got to take a phone call at 15:15. Right. And this probably brings it nicely to, is Tudor keeping the seat warm for Poch, which I finally got to the title after 3 hours, right? But you know how YouTube goes.
Got there eventually.
But this is Danny, this is where I completely agree with that point, is we can bring in whatever manager we want, and we will have the short-term conversation about, is he the right man? Does he play the right tactics? Is he got the right players in the right positions? Do the players trust him? Do the players respect him? But surely we are just going to be going along the same lines if we don't have a plan from above. Surely if we do not have a director of football that works with Poch to say, right, you guys have got, I say carte blanche. I don't mean like we're just going to just chuck billions, but you guys, this is the plan for the next 5 years. You're going to be able to spend £250 million a year on players, as long as you sell a few as well. Go. Does anyone believe that that's going to happen? Or are we just going to be sitting here in a year's time talking about our Poch wasn't backed and the window was shit and there's no structure, no plan? And on that note, I'll leave you for 20 minutes.
until the whole structure gets changed, basically from top to bottom, nothing is going to get changed. Until the owners either leave or for some strange reason decide that they want to do things differently and actually act like a big football club in so many ways by players we look for, the amount we're willing to pay, as in the way Levy did it, instead of like trying to knock 5 million off of every deal and losing deals because of it, actually pay what you've got to pay. I believe upping the wages is part of it. And then it's down to the other things as well, getting the right manager in there and backing him up at the same time. There's so many problems that need to be fixed. If you want to stick on one thing, which is the main problem, then it's the owners. That is that. That is all there is to it. The rest of it, they're all a problem, really. I mean, if you're willing to pay more money, whether it's for a player or for the wages or whatever, it will have a positive effect. But is it the only problem? No, it's not. Will it attract certain players? Yes. Will it attract other players? No. It will have a good effect, but it's not going to fix everything as such. And again, you need the right players, you need the right manager, you need the right owners. And until the owners actually give a toss about Spurs and football, nothing's going to change. Nothing will ever change.
So what do you think? Go on, Ben.
Do you not think sorry, Dan. Do you not think we've gone to a point now where, given everything that's happened, do you not think that the board must be thinking we cannot let this happen again? We cannot get to a point where we are rocking 15th, 16th, 17th. There has to be a full stop somewhere and a change somewhere. And I wonder when that's going to come into play.
That will happen when they start losing money,
which is just not going to happen. At least
they've got to start losing money. Even if they get relegated, they're still going to be making money.
Absolutely.
They're going to lose a significant amount of money to what they were making, but they're still going to be making positive money, just not as much as they are in the.
They'll still make money from the NFL deal, the shows and boxing.
They'll still be able to cut. They'll still be able to cover the price of the stadium or whatever, because that's minimum money we actually pay for that. If you actually check it out, what Levy set up there was a spectacular deal. No two ways about it.
In the Champions League, we fill the stadium.
2% interest.
Sorry, do you think in the Championship we fill that stadium week in, week out?
Yeah.
So that's 2 games a week. You're okay. Gotcha.
No, what it is, the prices have come down a bit, but where they'll be playing more games, and there's more games in the league and everything else and that, it'll sort of level itself out a bit. Plus, we get the 150 million or whatever it is for coming down.
The drinks as well, they'll still make money on the drinks.
Yeah, all that. It won't be as much of a bad effect as people think. Now, if we end up staying down for 3-4 years, then that's going to start having a serious effect.
The biggest effect it will have, Dan, is
we make out of the stadium covers that stadium all day long.
The biggest effect it will have is on the playing staff, like on the actual squad. That's the biggest effect it's going to have, because, but they will have to reduce they will have to reduce the salaries, right, and get rid of a lot of players. It will be a fire sale because a lot of players won't stay, right? It's inevitable. But they will still, if they are sensible, which I don't think they are, you'd have to reduce the season tickets a hell of a lot. It may be even by less than half price, because you can't charge that sort of money if you're in the Championship. You can't.
Yeah, you can. If people will pay it, yes, you can. You can do what you want. You
True.
can do whatever you want.
No, that's true, but do you think? So let me.
Yes, I do. Spurs fans would be stupid enough to pay for
it. Do you think they'll have? Okay. Do you think how much? If we're going to talk about how much they'd reduce it by, how much do you think they'd reduce it by?
I reckon they'd take about 8% off of it.
8%, only 8%.
Let's say 10% at the most. Personal opinion, we don't know, but I reckon 10%, because I reckon most of the Spurs fans are stupid enough to do it.
Do you not think they'd do it by 50%?
No chance. Not a chance at all.
You think?
What is our current season ticket price? Does anyone
do you know what? I want to hear.
Depends where you're sitting.
I want to hear in the chat, right?
Right. Because I just want to say this real quick. Norwich City are charging £959 for a season ticket in the Championship.
Are they?
Below that. Huh?
Are they? That's quite expensive.
Yes.
Fucking hell.
That's bloody expensive.
There's some Premier League clubs that are not even charging that.
I know, it's insane. And underneath that, you've got Leicester City at 760. A lot of them are in and around the 7 range. So I'm not
Yeah.
sure what we're currently charging. What are we doing? Like what, 11?
So then maybe Dan's right. It will go down a bit, and fans will still pay it.
They won't lose money. And then what you got to think of is it goes down that little bit. Now, if it goes down 10%, for instance, 10% when you start adding it up, 60,000, 100,000, this and that starts making is a big difference in money.
Yeah.
But they'd make that back in the extra home games they'd have and the extra games. They'll make that back on that anyway. And then again, Spurs supporters are probably the ones out there thick enough to go and do it, to put it quite bluntly. Do you know what? If they upped the wages, I bet you if they upped the ticket price, I bet you that stadium would still be significantly full up.
I don't know.
It would not surprise me one bit.
What do people in the chat think? Do you think that if Spurs get relegated, I don't think they will, but if they get relegated, would you I want you to type a 1 if you'd still pay the same price, or you'd only go if you were paying like a lot less money, and do a 0 if it's a lot less money. I want to see what people think. 1 if yeah, I'd like to see what people think actually. Would people still pay the money? Would you, Benji?
Are you mad? I wouldn't pay the money now, mate. No chance. No, for me, I can't really understand why we're so expensive. It's a joke considering what we offer our fans. But yeah, if we went down to the Championship, mate, look, unless the tickets were significantly cheaper, I wouldn't go. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I mean, significantly cheaper, right? Because at the minute, what's an average ticket? 60, 90 quid, something along them lines?
Yeah. I think fans agree with it as well. I don't think people would want to go.
Yeah,
I think that's the biggest problem.
So I will just bring this up quickly whilst we're waiting for them boys to come back. Where do you stand on Igor Tudor then, mate? Do you think he'll keep us in the league this season?
Yeah. I said it last night. I don't think we're going to get relegated. Even with Frank, I don't think we would have got relegated. Personally, it's my opinion. But I think I like what Tudor says.
Yeah,
he's very honest.
You like what Tudor says? Hold on. So what are you telling me? You bought into all that crap he came out with the other day?
No, I like the honesty. He's not sugarcoating it. He's not sugarcoating where we are, right? But he's also saying that, look, he's basically, without saying it, he's saying I can only do so much, but the players have to do it as well, right? And this is what my biggest concern is, that I don't care who the manager is. The players are the players. They're not going to change, whoever the manager is. So whether or not we see the players want to play with some fucking pride, right, is another question. And for me, if you've got anything about you, yeah, you'd be playing for your own pride, not to be a player that gets relegated because you can't hack it in the Premier League.
For sure. But these players haven't done that in 2 years. What makes you think they might miraculously come up with something different under 2?
Because I don't think I still think we will have enough to stay up. Like whether or not it's going to be close, but I believe that we've got enough in us, especially when we start getting some players back. We've got enough in us to get the bare minimum points in order for us to stay up. That's what I think.
Oh, fair enough. Well, I will challenge you on it then. Where do you see these points coming from?
Well, I haven't got a fixture this time.
I'll tell you what. Our next 4 games are Liverpool, Arsenal, Fulham, and Crystal Palace. Do you see any sort of result anywhere in there?
Liverpool, Palace, Fulham, and who? And Arsenal.
Arsenal, yes. Next 4.
1, 2. I think there's about 5 points in there.
Where? So you got
between Fulham and Palace, maybe Palace. I think we can beat Palace.
I think we get a point with Arsenal.
I think we get a point with Arsenal. I think we might even win on Sunday. I got a weird feeling about it.
Based on what, boys? Based on what? Give me a tangible reason.
Right. I've said it to other people. I mean, I said it last night. I'll say it again. Everything, forget the result last night. Everything, the pressure was 1,000,000% on. was 1,000,000% on Arsenal in every which way. Tottenham is the, especially playing at Tottenham at the moment as well, where we've got one home win in the league. Is it 1 or 2? And everything is in their favour in every which way. From the players they've got, they're better than us in every single position. The club, they haven't got the size. Everything is in Arsenal's favour 1,000,000%, 110%. Everything. We're in some of the worst form we have been ever. They're in some of the best form they've been in. The pressure is on them to win. If they don't go and win against us, it is going to have a massive effect on their season, and they will get absolutely slaughtered for it.
Yep.
And the fact that they just went and got a draw against Wolves now, that's even put even more pressure on them.
And also, it's more gets into their head psychologically as well.
Exactly. And Arsenal are bottle jobs. They've been the biggest bottle jobs in that league for 5 years now. Now, all of a sudden, they fucked up about 3 or 4 games now. I mean, technically, they should be at least 10 points clear of City if you really want to be serious. And they've screwed up in several games now, where now that pressure is going to be on the back of their mind. If we bottle this again, because they ain't winners. They ain't been winners.
But if we were any sort of a club where the players show any ounce of fight, I'd get on board with you. But when you say what your statement to me doesn't make an ounce of sense, to tell you why. Because when you say everything's in their favour, everything's against Tottenham, you might have the bottling mentality creeping in for Arsenal, which I think is horseshit, by the way. But it's people's opinions. I won't.
Well, they've done it for the past 5 years, and that's a fact.
Yeah, but do you know what? All I'm trying to say is if we had players that showed some fight for the badge, for the club, I would get on board with what you are saying. But I feel like people are forgetting what we've been offered up for nearly 2 years. I will not, and I do not see these players showing up at any point. I really don't. And that's based off evidence I've seen for 2 years. So
they've turned up in the odd game, and they've turned up in the odd 45 minutes, yeah? If these players want to win anyone back, if they do whatever, literally as all they got to do is put some effort in. Even if we go and get beaten 4-1, as long as it is seen that there is effort put into that game and that the players give it what they got, a lot of Spurs fans, majority are going to turn around and say they were going to smash us anyway, so it's irrelevant.
So is that where we are as a club now? That's where we are as a club.
At this moment in time, yes, it is. At this moment in time, yes, it is.
Just the effort now.
Yeah, because we haven't seen none. That last game where Thomas Frank could not get, this is when I started questioning, could not get him hyped up for a bloody Arsenal game, said it all for me.
And that's when I Frank, though, let's be real, those players.
Well, they were. I don't think all the players had the intention of sticking 11 men behind the ball.
I mean, I watched that game. It was truly a cluster. And I got to be honest, all I saw was a lack of confidence, it was just a poor
Benji, show. I've said for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks that we need 11 points, right? We get 11 points. However we get it, there's 12, is it 12 games left or 11 games? 12 games. So that essentially, you could say, if we get a draw every single game till the end of the season, we'll stay up. Right? 12 draws, we stay up. I've said 11 points will keep us up purely because of the run that Nottingham Forest and West Ham have.
West Ham have a dirty run coming
it's
up.
disgusting.
No, but West Ham have had a resurgence.
It doesn't matter.
But
they're doing well. They show more
fight. Dirty run coming up.
No, fine, but they show more fight than what we do. I can tell you that much for sure.
Yeah, but they still got the worst run.
No, for sure. But I thought before we played West Ham, that was a guaranteed win. Me, Stel, and Dan went to that game.
Nothing's a guaranteed win.
I mean, good Lord, have you seen West Ham this season?
Yeah, but when you've got the attitude, that's a guaranteed win. That's when you screw up. That's called complacency. Nothing is guaranteed. This is why the Premier League is the best league in the world.
Yeah,
because something like Wolves and Arsenal happens last night. How often in Spain, in Italy, in Germany do you see the team at the very bottom get a draw or a win with the team at the very top?
Dan,
who's like
I was listening.
Anyone can beat anyone.
I was listening to Jason Cundy last night on TalkSport. Right, I listened to the last video. Did you hear this, mate? That's funny. Did you hear the stat that he said in Premier League history? The team at the top, right? I think at this point has never lost a game or dropped points against a team in relegation zone ever in Premier League history. And Arsenal are now the first team to have dropped points to a team in relegation when they're sitting at the top of the league.
It's the thing is with it. That's what I mean. And then this bottle job is going to be on them. The pressure. Look at the meltdown last night of all the Arsenal fans.
I called it at the beginning of the season. I said, like, when Arsenal started playing work, like they were starting winning games and they were at the top, and fans were like, "Oh, this is the year." I literally went out on streams and chats and said, "This is going to be the biggest bottle job from any team ever in Premier League history, right? Because no team has been top at Christmas and gone on to lose the title. No team has done it ever,
except Arsenal,
right? Except Arsenal." And I even went so far to put a bet that Man City would go and win the title at that time.
Yep.
So I've got a nice little return if Man City win the league, and I still believe they're going to do it.
I've got a £200 bet with Catch. Yeah, on his show. We were talking about it on there and everything and that. And I said, I'll put a bet on it that Arsenal don't win this. They said, how far are you willing to go? He said, I think he said £100. I said, at least put some fucking money on it.
That, I remember.
Yeah, I said, at least put some.
I'm still here.
No, I think it was 50 quid at first. I said, at least put some proper money on it. He's like, 100 quid. I said, no, 200 quid. Arsenal will bottle it. If I'm wrong, then that's 200 quid I've got to pay. But I don't think I'm going to be wrong. I think Arsenal will bottle it.
You're convinced we'll get a result against Arsenal?
I wouldn't say.
And are you basing your confidence on the fact that you think Arsenal are going to bottle it? That's what you're trying to say, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think Arsenal have not got the winning mentality. I don't think Arsenal have got the manager that can push them over that line. Now, Arteta has now proved himself to be a good manager. Yeah, whether we like it or not, but then again, you look at the money he's had as well. But basically, you can put him on the same level as Poch. Reason being, well, he even got a trophy with Arsenal. Reason being that he's brought them up out the shit, basically, and he's brought them to, technically, you would say, the best club in the country at the moment.
But they were a laughing stock before.
And what? And we weren't.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm clearly
That's
saying
what I mean. He's on the same level. He's on the same level as Poch, where I don't think he's got that capability of just pushing it over that line. Okay, he got a result with them and he got an FA Cup with them, but that was already half done in that aspect, and that also kept him at the job. I think he's a good manager, solid manager. I don't think many people would complain having him as such, because he has done well at Arsenal, but he has had significant amount of money. I think he's on the same level as Poch, basically. I think Poch is a good manager.
Between the two is one was backed and one wasn't really backed. So, you know what?
I agree with that, but hang on a minute with that, yeah. Poch had chances to do stuff, and he screwed up in every major game when it came to it, like a cup. He should never have put Harry Kane on that pitch. He was not match fit, but he folded and put him on there when Lucas Moura was on form. Things like that. Why the hell did he go and put Son as a wing back? When it came down to the big crunch, I don't think Poch is your man to get you over the line. Okay, he's got titles. Yeah, me and you could go to PSG and get a bloody title. Same as I said with Ange. Any one of us could go to Celtic and win that league and even possibly do a treble in it. Yeah, the Scottish League is ranked what? Not even is it even in the top 20 in the world, for God's sake? Yeah, and Celtic is so far ahead of it that it's practically impossible not to win the bloody league there. And when it comes down to it, Poch just isn't your man to take you to the elite stage as such. And nor is Arteta, in my opinion. Time will tell on this one. But I think they're going to fold. It's starting to show, and the pressure is on them so bad that if they bottle this season, when it's been in the palm of their hand again, when City have not been on form, Liverpool have been literally everyone, bar maybe Aston Villa, they've had their moments, but they've been stable for who they are as such, where everyone else is out of sync, basically, if they don't win it this year. And how long are their players going to stay with them as well?
Do you know what? You would question it, wouldn't you? I think if they don't, and again, listen, Arteta has been backed to the hills. There's no excuse. At this point, there's no excuse. They needed a striker. They went and paid 70, 80 million for Gyökeres. They needed a big midfielder. They went and got 100 million in Declan Rice. There's no excuse at this point. So if they do bottle it, I will jump on that bandwagon. If they do bottle it, it will be absolutely monumental. And you are right. At what point do the players be like, look, we need to start winning things? Because, listen, some of their better players are beginning to age. And you are going to get to a point in your career like, look, I feel like I'm good enough to win stuff. It's not happening here. It's time to move on. So if they don't, there's a good chance that there's going to be a big implosion at Arsenal at the end of this season. But I'm still quietly confident they'll win the league. And I'm also semi-confident they'll win the Champions League as well. I'm going to say it. I know no one wants to hear this shit, but
but either way, when it comes down to it, this game we've got coming up with them, there is a high chance they go and win that. There's more chance they win that than we get a draw or we get or even a win. But there's always that chance there in the Premier League. Like Wolves just proved it yesterday, that anyone can do anybody on the day, and the pressure is 1,010% on them. We have got probably the worst home record in. Has anyone actually got a worse home record than us? I'm not 100% sure. So someone tell me if we have, But we have got a relegation home, basically. Our results at home is what you would expect off a team that is getting relegated 110%.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So with this, it comes down to the point of pressure can destroy the best. That is the difference between world-class players and good players and whatever. World-class players also have the mentality of holding their shit together, basically, Whereas other people that people call world-class don't necessarily hold their shit together. And Arsenal have not held it together. On what? 2 different occasions I can name, they should have had that league.
You talk about world-class. I have a question for you, just out of curiosity. I'm interested to see what you think. Do Arsenal have, if any world-class players, in your opinion?
I personally, I mean, this is just where it's opinionated at the end of the day, And with that, I think the word world-class gets used way too easy, And I think football has gone downhill in such a way that it's scary, basically, You go and get a player from 20 years ago who was just a good player then. You go and put him now, he's spectacular. He's world-class. Because player standards have gone to shit to what they was, basically, That's how I see it personally. I would say the closest thing I think they've got to world class, I think Declan Rice is one step below, and I think he can become another level. I think he's a brilliant player. I think Saliba can come up a level as well. I think he's an excellent player. I mean, anyone who goes and tells me that bloody Romero is better than Saliba, whatever turns you on at the end of the day, each their own. It is opinionated. They have got that other defender they've got. What's his name?
Gabriel, the Brazilian.
Gabriel. I think he's a brilliant player as well. I think they're all one step below the world class level, But if you go by modern day football, are they? Are they a step below world class? Now, for me, there's not many players that play football that I would call world class.
Dan, I think in today's world, I know exactly what you're getting at, and you are right. I think in today's world, I think it would be fair to consider Rice and Saliba as world class players. In today's world, I'm not talking about in the past, because you're absolutely right. Somebody like Saliba isn't going to lace the boots of a Maldini or a Stam. But I think in today's world, with what you said, a lack of talent in the world today, I would put in today's current, climate, I'd put Saliba and Rice as world class players.
If you want to go and put Saliba down there, tell me a club he wouldn't get into the first team, or Declan Rice.
Exactly that, mate.
I think both of them are good enough to get into any team in that Premier League, whether it's Man City, whether it's Liverpool. I think both of them two are good enough to get into any team. So maybe you could say they've got world-class players in that aspect, what you compare to modern day as such. But maybe that's just where I haven't adapted to modern day times, and I keep looking at more older football as such, because I have seen much, much better players than what.
But Dan, this is what hurts. This is what hurts being a Spurs fan, Danny. For the last 20 years, we've always had that maverick, that world class, that osteopath's done you no favours, has he?
What the osteopath does is take the pain from one position of my back where I've got bulging back disorder. It takes the 90% of the pain off there and spreads it over my back. And for the rest of the day, it hurts. But then for the rest of the next 2 weeks, where the pain's all over my back, it's a lot easier to deal with than pressure on one point.
Yeah. No, I was saying, that's why it hurts so much being a Spurs fan right now, because I believe in the last 20 years, this is the worst playing squad we've had. Like at Spurs, you've always had that Maverick, you've had that.
When did we have a Maverick last season? Don't say
well,
Son, because Son was on his way. Because Son's been
no,
on his
for
way
sure,
down
but
for
I
about
suppose
3
that
years.
would be the player that most people would target.
But then again, would I say no to having Son right now? No, I wouldn't. So I'll step back on that. If we weren't going to replace him, we should have kept him. So I'll step back on that one. But then that is where we need to replace players. That is why the transfer window was a very good window for who we actually got. I mean, whether we got 2 players on loan or not, doesn't matter. They're still there to pick. And I don't know anybody that would, well, many that would have said no to Moane, whether we got him on the last day or whether we got him on the first day, who would have said no to him coming to Spurs. Because season before, people were saying, like, yeah, we'd have Moane. Why didn't we get him? Well, because he picked Juventus over us, because Juventus are bigger, basically. And there is not one player that we brought in, really, that people would have said no to. It's just we did not fill in spaces that we needed and build on the team, basically, considering we're in the Champions League. We did not build that team. But the players we did get in, I don't hear anyone complain about Paulinho.
No. I mean, listen, we had 4 quality players, well, that you believe to be quality players.
No one complained about Kudus. No one complained about Simmons.
Can I just say this? You're going to hate me for saying it. I think Kudus has been overrated by our fan base.
I think he started off very well, and then I think it started slipping. And I think his biggest problem is he's got a bit of a Romero thing on him, where there's an easy pass to make sometimes, and he sort of waits for the special pass, basically.
He does that's one thing that really well, and he does the basics pretty poorly. It's somebody said in chat, and I'm interested to know your opinion. Dab has said this in chat. He feels Saka is overrated. How do you feel about a player like Saka? I mean, a lot of people have swung the words around that he's world class. Do you believe that?
I think he's a very good player, but I don't think he's world class, not at all.
Am I right in thinking he's on the same goals as Van der Ven this year?
I'm not exactly sure. I can't say I followed it, if I'm going to be honest, on his goal level, but I don't think he's as great. But then we get this issue with a lot of English players where people will big them up no end because they're English, and their price will be more because they're English and that. Well, there's a reason England haven't won anything since just after the World Cup, just after the World War II or whatever. Yeah, there's a reason to it. I do think English players get bigged up way too much. Too much.
I agree. It's like they get plucked at a young age, given hundreds of thousands of pounds in wages, and they just fall off. It's happened to so many players. Look at
with this game we've got coming up. It's going to be interesting for sure. If the fans go there, get stuck into the game as well, and the players get stuck into the game, the pressure is on them so much. I feel we can get a draw out of this one. And that will put nothing more than a smug look on every Spurs supporter's face at the end of the season, when that's part of what has screwed their season over. I mean, okay, that it shouldn't be like that we are basically that makes our season for us. But our season has been that terrible that if we can do that, it will at least put that little smile on your face of, okay, the season's been absolutely shocking. It's been this, it's been that, but that's a good little thing.
But is that the problem at Spurs, though, Dan? Do we care about other teams more than ourselves? Look at underage when we wanted to lose to Man City to stop Arsenal. Look at us now. Hey, we're dog shit, but at least we stopped Arsenal winning the trophy. Is that really where we're at? This is where I think the mindset of our fan base is just a little bit off key. I don't feel like we should be thinking like that.
Where we have been run as such a shit club, basically. I mean, it's like I have to debate with people when we're definitely not an elite club, but the way we're run at the moment and the way we are now, how anyone can even call us a big club apart from the money side of things, I don't know. Because on the football side, we have not been a big club for many, many years, let alone an elite club. And people can go on at me about history all they want, but to me, history is irrelevant. History makes the name of a club, no two ways about it. But what you went and done in 1980 and 1990 and even 2000 has absolutely no effect or no saying on what happens next season. Now, last season, you can say last season's history would have had an effect on this season of players we could have gone for possibly because we got Champions League to offer. Right. So next season, what's the history of we won that Europa Cup got to do with next season? Absolutely nothing. History of what happened, of Spurs have done. We won 8 cups. We were the first to win a European Cup, this and that. It's all great for the storybook, but it is totally irrelevant to what happens in football next season. And I think this is where people misunderstand what I say on how history is irrelevant. It is totally irrelevant on what happens next season unless it's within the past season or two.
No,
Who's going to go to Leicester City because they won the league? Well, no, they're in the they're in the Championship now. So what they win in that Champions League is irrelevant to what happens now. But I feel a lot of people, this is where we have a very sentimental fan base, don't like hearing things like that. I do think we have probably one of the most sentimental fan bases out there, basically. We don't like certain players going because they've done so much for Spurs or so this and that and everything. This is where we do have a very, a very sentimental fan base. So on the history side of it, it's all good having this massive... I'll give you another example. I mean, look at Man U. Look at Man U's history. Now, Man U are still a massive club in the world. Money-wise, they're still massive. And with their money and things like that, they can still attract people in now. But do people look at Man U and now go to them because of what Man U were 20 years ago? No. History is totally irrelevant unless it's within the past season or two. It builds the club's name, but it has nothing to do with what happens next season unless it was the previous season or two.
So what would you say the main reason for players going to Man United is then?
Dan, that's not true at all, is it? In any way, shape or form.
Savva, you're in trouble now, mate. 2v1.
That's not true of Man United. I mean, I agree with you. Like when we talked with Luba about going back to the 60s and 70s, but this is United that have recent history and have 6 trophies in 10 years and still pay good wages and still have the name of Man United.
But are still nothing to what they were 20. But are still absolutely nothing to what they were 20 years ago, 10 years ago.
Sure, but their name
15 years ago. I said that.
But the players joining them disagree with you, right? The players that join them disagree with your theory.
I don't feel. Do you think Man U can attract the same players as City?
Not.
Do you think Man U can attract?
Not a City.
No. Right. The Man U are not what they were. Can Man U attract the same players as Real Madrid, as Barcelona? Can Man U even attract the same players as Bayern Munich or PSG? No. Go back 15 years ago, they could have done that.
It won't be long until they will. It won't be long until they will if they get it right.
We will see. If they get it right, yeah. But if they don't get it right, they're practically on their last legs of players that they, to the extent of what they can attract. But one thing that's always going to help Man U is they're willing to pay an extra 25-30% on wages to turn a bloody head as well. And they've got their name of being one of the biggest clubs in the world. But you can only live on your history for so long. And then all of a sudden it gets to a point.
They still win things. This is the point we're missing. As much as Man United aren't the title challenging team they were of a decade ago or so, they still win things. They've still got
ways about it.
6 trophies in 10 years. So when
fair enough.
I keep hearing they're on their last legs, but they still keep going out and spending money and getting things over the line. So,
but look at it this way: look at what they do win, what they have won over the past, let's say 6-7 years. Isn't really that attractive compared to what they was winning 15-20 years ago.
Yeah, what doesn't make any sense is they don't win a dicky bird last season. They finished 15th or 16th, wherever the hell they finished, and they were still able to attract the likes of Mbeumo and you know.
But
there's 2 reasons for that, Ben. There's 2 reasons for it.
I think it's money, but I don't agree. I think
they've still got the name of Man United, but money is a big part of it as well. It's not the only part of it. They've still got the name. They still will offer significant money in that.
The players say a different thing to you. This is football fans will say this. Go and speak to anyone in the circles of football. Man United are still revered as massive. Of
course they are.
Yes, of course they are, with players, with agents, with managers, which is why Man United attract. They are huge.
But they have not got the capability of what they had 15 years ago of attracting players with what they do.
No one said they did, but they can attract the Mbuemos, the Cunhas are going to go there because they're a big club and bigger than the clubs.
Okay, let me put it this way. Then. Who's Bremo? He's a good player. And what? Man U 15 years ago would not even open an eyelid to that player, yeah? They would have had someone in it. Would Real Madrid
Sure,
look at
that's what I
Bremo?
just
Not
said.
a chance. Not a chance.
Sure.
Man U can't attract what they would attract several years ago. But they can still attract because they still win things. They've still got the name as
Sure.
one of the biggest ones out there. And they have the pay structure for it as well, which definitely saves their arse in that aspect. But if you go back 10, 15 years ago and a player of Embremo's quality came into Man U, you would have thought, what are Man U doing? Talk about go down a couple of steps.
Sure.
Man U was able to attract players that Real Madrid could. No, nowhere near.
They're not what they were, but that wasn't the point of the conversation. No, it wasn't that they are where they were. They can still attract compared to what we can because they're Man United and we're Tottenham Hotspur. The thing is,
other reasons with it as well.
But there's so much emphasis put on salary. There's loads of clubs pay good salaries.
There's more to it than just There's more to it.
Hang on, can I finish this? Yeah,
I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, no, I know, but the thing is, I keep hearing, like when Benji came in earlier and said people are mercenaries, and Buemo's not a mercenary because he went to Man U for 250 grand a week. He's gone to one of the biggest clubs in the world, whether we like it or not, whether they are what they were. They're still one of the biggest clubs in the world. It's why they attract top managers. It's why they attract players. Now, can they get back to where they were? We'll see. Big summer for them, right? They've just had a good summer last year where they completely revamped their forward line in one window. That's the difference between a club like us and a club like them. Completely revamped their front line. All right. If they go again and do that in midfield in the back four, back in the Champions League, I'm not saying they definitely will, but if they get back in the Champions League, get the Champions League revenue, Man U are still a big draw. Now, are they going to attract what City do? Are they going to beat Man City to players? Probably not, but there's only so many players that the Man Cities need to buy because these clubs build their squads. Then they only need to add one or two here or there. That's what allows the Man Uniteds and the other clubs to nip in because those big clubs don't need to buy 7 or 8 in a window.
Well, if you remember at the end of last season, me and you were talking about it with Stel and a couple of others. And I said, you watch, even if we go and get in that Champions League, I said, I bet you Man U have a better transfer window than we do.
Of course.
And they scrape up that table better than we do because they will spend more money than we do. They will have a better pay structure than we do. They still have that name of Man U that they're clinging on to an extent. Because no one will go to Man U because I want to win a league or a Champions League. But they go to Man U knowing that there is a chance they win a cup, and plus they get a significant amount of money in their back pocket compared to what they would at Spurs. And there's still more chance that Man U win a cup than us, even though that we've done them, basically, yeah? Man U have got a lot more in their favour when you start adding it all up together. It's like when you look at the problems at Spurs. We all know what the main problem is, but there's also several different problems with it, which all add up to one. So when it comes to the money and that, I don't think the money is the main issue, but money is definitely something that does you a favour because it talks, but it's not the only issue. You've got to up everything at the bloody clubs, basically, and Man U are willing to do that. We are not. And they've still got the Man U name.
Sure, but there's also a big difference is we talk about things with facts. Have we ever lost out to a player from another club because of salary?
I think if we go through a few of them, I think there's a couple you could probably put.
I was going to say there's no way to actually tell that. To be fair, so
but the point is we can't tell that, right? We offered 250 grand a week to Semenyo. He's not interested.
So
right?
Say. Yeah,
it was 50 grand.
He wasn't interested in Spurs.
When it comes to stuff like that, you are not going to outdo Man City.
Hang on,
you are not going to outdo them.
Of course, but that's the point. It's all about the right player at the right time. If you go and put down big money for a player who's available and the big boys don't want him, you're going to get him. Look at Xavi Simons. We put down 195, 200 grand a week. You're going to get him. No one else went for him. Chelsea didn't end up bidding for him. The moment you go against the Chelsea, the Cities, the Arsenal, the Liverpools, now all of a sudden the salary doesn't really matter because those big clubs can all pay the same. Bigger issue is, as I've said before, is scouting. If you don't get the scouting right, none of this matters. Spurs offered Semenyo more than anyone else. We put the biggest lucrative package in front of him, and his agent went, nah, right? That's life, right? This is the same thing with, look at Eze. Spurs offered Eze exactly the same amount of money as Arsenal. Nah, don't want to. I want to go Arsenal. Fine, cool. I made peace with that a long time ago because everyone talks about wages. They don't talk about all of the other factors that go into it. Signing on bonus, win bonus, team of the year bonus, Champions League bonus. We can't offer those bonuses. So when people say it's just money and it's just salary,
no, it's not just.
It's a small thing. You've got to remember, you also have to get to that stage of the conversation about salary. If you don't get to the salary conversation because the player isn't interested in you versus other clubs, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't
Obviously
mean
not.
a thing.
But then also you can turn around and say that the player's interested in you. He's willing to pay the way he's willing to accept the wages. He's willing to do this. But if you're not willing to put the money on the table to pay for the player the way the club wants it, it makes it all irrelevant as well.
So we're talking about. So you're talking about transfer fee, not wages.
I'm talking about everything. Like you said, there's more to it than just that. Wages aren't the only problem there, not at all. But nobody can turn around and tell me that if we was willing to up our wage structure as such, it wouldn't do any favors. It wouldn't sit there and have but it would have fixed everything.
But no one said that. No.
I didn't say anyone did.
The thing is, we could talk about upping the wage structure, but there are clubs that are run much better than us with worse wage structures because wage structure is minimal in terms of if you are not one of the big clubs. We are not Man City. We are not Arsenal. We're not Liverpool. We're not Chelsea. We're not United. We're not. As much as we think we are, we're not. Right? If you do not have the right structure in place with the right scouting and go for the right players, try and get the players at the right time, just the salary doesn't mean anything. So if Spurs went up, for example, I used Adam Wharton as an example earlier. Adam Wharton is a player that Tottenham can attract depending on who else wants him. So if Tottenham go in, can we pay for Adam Wharton's wages if no one else wants him? Absolutely. The moment the big boys join that race, you're fucked. It doesn't matter what you can pay.
No two ways about it. But we have scouted correctly because listen, if Ange is to be believed,
no, we haven't.
Listen,
we haven't scouted correctly.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Right. Listen, if Ange is to be believed, and again, Van der Ven was scouted correctly because no one was talking about him. If Ange is to be believed, Semenyo and Mbeumo were scouted at the right time. They were good players. They weren't the best, but they were good players, and there wasn't much talk around, big boy clubs coming in from the Chelseas, the United, United, damn it, the Chelseas, the Man Cities, the Arsenals. There was no talk around them at that time. So, for all intents and purposes, the reason why we didn't go and get them was because of the wages. This is what's been spoken. So it's very hard to believe anything else that in that sort of situation, and you can cherry pick players when there's loads of hype around them. Of course, they're not going to come to fucking Tottenham, but I'm talking about when players have been looked at and you could have got them, but we didn't bring them in because the club didn't want to pay the wages. So it kind of nullifies that argument to an extent.
No, but Benji, again, Benji, you're talking about one window. This is the problem. When you talk about one transfer window versus the other windows where we do pay the wages, that's you cherry picking because right now Anne just said something that makes you believe you're right. When you look at the bigger picture, in that very same window, this is going to bury your argument. In the very same window that we wouldn't pay the wages for players that weren't even on 100K, we gave Timo Werner 165 grand a week. So on one hand, you're saying Tottenham are happy to pay wages, and on the other hand, you're saying they're not happy to pay wages. You can't have it both ways.
I believe the club cherry pick who they believe is worth the money, and I don't think.
Okay, but you're cherry picking that argument, right? So
I am because that's the proof I've got. I think this has happened many times.
Is it? It's not proof.
Well, it is. It is. But, the manager came out.
But it's not proof because if we're saying so,
it's word.
So Spurs are saying that Timo Werner is worth 165 grand a week, but Semenyo or Mbeumo at the time weren't worth 100 grand a week, which is probably what they would have been asking for.
Why is that so outlandish? Why is that so outlandish? Why is that so outlandish? Why is that?
Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because the year before Spurs offered bigger money to other players. It didn't make sense because we already had players on way bigger wages than that. But again, as I said to you earlier, Benji, this is Monday morning quarterbacking. Because at the time, if Tottenham had got Mbeumo or Semenyo, no one was talking about them at the time. Loads of fans, Spurs fans would have complained, oh, Spurs have gone cheap again. We've gone down the easy route. We're not getting needle movers or top players. It's only because a year and a half later, both those players have exploded and people go, yes. But
so
what about...
I'm not saying it is the only problem. I'm just saying I believe, in my opinion, it's one of the bigger problems that we've got.
But that's for one window because... But the windows either side, Spurs paid bigger money. So isn't it just more about the one?
How many managers have come out in the past and gone, oh, well, I wanted this guy, this guy, this guy.
No, hang on. No, you're not listening to my question. Right? So why the window before and the window after that one window Ange's talking about, Spurs went and offered big wages to players? Doesn't that show that that one window was the anomaly because we went and bought kids to bring the wages down?
Did we even bring the wages down with the bloody kids? We went and offered them more than Archie Gray. We offered him more money than we could have got.
Because Lo Celso went, and Ndombele went, Skip went, a few
I
other
get where you're coming from. Yeah, I get the point you're saying. I get the point you're saying. Yeah, fair point.
Players went, and we bought in Gray, the Bergvall, Solanke wasn't on massive wages.
I didn't think of it on that side. Yeah, I'll make you right there.
You've got to remember as well is. Listen, I'm not saying Ange's lying. Listen, all managers will say, I wanted him, I wanted him, I wanted him. They all wouldn't get a player for a particular reason. But saying it's just wages, I'm sorry, I fail to believe.
If that's what I said, I apologise. I didn't mean it's just wages.
No.
I just feel like that's a big part.
I just fail to believe that Spurs couldn't have paid what Mbeumo and Semenyo wanted. Now, whether or not it was to do with transfer fee, that sounds more plausible, right?
But we pay the money. We are one of the top 5 spenders since Premier League begun, so we pay it. I just feel like
it's how we pay it, Ben. That has been one of the biggest problems with Levy.
I know.
I mean, there's still that argument that if we would have put the money on the table the way Palace wanted it, could we have got Eze? Was Arsenal waiting for it, or did Arsenal go for it because there was a injury or whatever? We will never know. He's at Arsenal at the end of the day. It's all ifs, buts, and maybes. Exactly that. There's been several situations which you can sit there and look at it and be pretty sure of it. That if Levy would have just shut his mouth and put the money on the table and stopped trying to spread it so far, or stop trying to save 5 million, 8 million, 2 million, whatever, that you think maybe certain jobs could have got done if we would have just done it differently. But again, it is opinionated at the end of the day because we just don't know what it still might not have happened at the end of the day. We just don't know.
On Eze, I've heard two conflicting reports from very reputable people. Some people saying he only wanted Arsenal and it didn't matter. Arsenal were ready to bid. And others saying Spurs could have had him, but didn't move quick enough. We'll never know. But what we do know is
with Bruno Fernandes, if you remember, the exact same.
But the moment that Arsenal did come in, it showed again, like, forget what happened before. The moment it was us versus a big club, we're just not attractive. And we need to build ourselves back to being attractive. And the problem for me, it's okay for Ange to say what he said today. Conte said something, Pochs did, Sherwood did, AVB, Joe. They can all say it, but until you bring in someone at the top of the club that's going to do this, it doesn't matter. Because when you're saying we scout properly, Benji, look at the state of our squad right now. If we scouted properly, this squad wouldn't be 17th and 16th 2 years in a row.
No, I hear you. I mean, those specifically, those three is what I was pointing more towards. I understand our scouting. But then I also feel that if what Ange said is true, then our scouts are hamstrung. I mean, again, it's just a theory of mine. I'm not saying it's fact. I'm not saying it's the truth. But
you said they got Van der Ven, who they scouted.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but that wasn't who we initially wanted, was it? It wasn't our first choice. It wasn't our first choice, was it? But we landed on our feet with it, basically.
Sure, but one window we're arguing one window it works, one window it doesn't. This is the problem. We're cherry picking moments. At the end of the day, just look at the evidence over 10, 15, 20 years. It's a shambles. It doesn't matter what we want to cherry pick, which player would have worked, which player didn't. We have no way of knowing, by the way. What if Mbeumo came to Tottenham in a dysfunctional setup, in a team that's ravaged with injuries? Doesn't Mbeumo have the same season he had last year at Brentford? We've got no way of knowing, right? Like, it's all ifs, buts, and maybes.
One of our biggest problems is we look too much ahead for the future and don't look about what's happening now. Now, it's all good to look ahead for the future, but if you, what future have you got if you don't sort out your problem now? Problem is now we go for players like Simmons. Now, Simmons has got potential. We've bought him blatantly 80%, random number, 80% on the bench. He had 2 solid seasons in Germany. He's young. We didn't buy him for necessarily what he is now. We've more bought him for what we think he can become in the next couple of years. Yeah. You look at Van der Ven. If we did not go and buy Van der Ven because he was a quality player there and then that was going to make the massive difference there and then. We noticed he'd had a good season, same as a few others. Right. We go get him, young player. He can get significantly better at Spurs. You look at someone like Maddison, however, that's when you go, but you've got yourself a player who can perform now. You've got him because you know he does the job now.
Yep.
Kudus, for example, had a terrible season, had a good season. Another player that we've bought more looking at of what he can possibly become. The majority of players we go and get is for what they could become, not what they are now. That's how I see it.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like, for example, and I do need to wrap up the show in 1 minute, guys. I really, really do. And I'm going to chuck everyone over to Sean. Last thing I'll say, for example, is Xavi Simmons for me is the sort of player I think you bring in, let him integrate, then be the main man. But we panicked and bought him and went, right, go on, be the main man now. But listen, guys, I do need to do the super chats and then we're going to end the show. So big up to Aussie Coys. Thank you very much for the super sticker. Really appreciate you, Aussie Coys. Very, very generous indeed. Thank you, my man. Big up to Andy Lester, channel member. Said some of these fans deserve the state of the club are in by accepting lower quality of player. They give the ownership a permission base to bring average. It's a tough one, Andy, right? We can't attract that level. Doesn't mean we need to go for that level. For me, it needs to be what's in there.
That's a fair point.
You know, but big up to you, Andy. Really appreciate that, my man. Big up to George. Said afternoon, Savva and Danny. This was ages ago, so apologies. Afternoon to you as well, George. Thank you very much for that. Sorry. George also did, I believe it's the same George, also sent me a donation on Buy Me a Coffee. He said, good luck with your ACCA this weekend. I haven't an ACCA. It's not even it's Thursday. Can't be thinking about ACCAs on a Thursday. Big up to you though, George. Really appreciate that, my man. Thank you very much. Big up to the Spurs fan 76 who's just put in a super sticker. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Big up to Anne London who said, glad you're back, bro. Hope you're okay. Enoch out. Yep. As I said, things are happening in my life, which means my channel might be going a bit longer than planned. So watch this space. Big up to you. Thank you very much. And then Jordan Coys with 2 massive donations. Thank you so much. He said, the first one says between Saar, Gray and Bergvall, they get a combined 205 grand a week, whilst at Villa, Anana is on 140 grand a week and Tielemans 150 a week. That's where we are going wrong. Jordan, I don't disagree. This was my problem. In that summer, not the one just gone, the one before, we let go of Ndombele, Lo Celso, Højbjerg and Skip. And you're thinking, go and add 2 senior pros. What did we do? Gray and Bergvall. It was a poor year. It was a poor year. Completely agree with you on that. And then coming again, last one of the day. Thank you very much. Said we could be kicking off Sunday 2 points above relegation. So we need a result more for our own sake than to derail Arsenal's title hope. Even with a new manager, clubs like Fulham and Palace will still fancy taking points of us. Jordan, absolutely. Listen, Arsenal not winning the league. So I'm just going to get rid of this so you can see me, but thank you very much for that. Arsenal not winning the league is a bonus. Right now, I don't care.
Yes.
Spurs need to do what Spurs need to do. Then we can worry about Man City beating Arsenal to the league. But that shouldn't be our driver for winning on Sunday. We're Tottenham. We need to retain Premier League safety. And you're absolutely right. Just because we got a new manager doesn't mean suddenly these teams are going to look at us and go, Spurs are different. They're scary. They've got loads of players who can hurt us. Listen, Benji, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Dan, thank you. Danny K, thank you very much. Really appreciate all of you. I'm off. I've got to go and walk the dogs. Take care. Much love. I'm sending you over to Sean. When you get there, just say Savva Raid or FHTV Raid. I'll see you back tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Much love. And as always, come on, you Spurs.